lecturers, participants and guests of the 4th Spring Nobel Festival, a world of exponential innovation. Sarkesova Kazakh Agritechnical University, the general partner of this event, is hosting this year's festival. For 65 years of its activity, KATU has trained more than 70,000 specialists, successfully working in all major sectors of the agritechnical sphere. Among the ranks of our graduates are deputies of the Parliament of the Republic of Kazakhstan, heads of leading enterprises, nationally known public figures, and athletes. Today, our university is one of the leaders of the national higher education on the national rating of the demand for higher education institutions of Kazakhstan, from the IAAR on the quality of educational programs. And also, KATU is the base university for digitalization of agricultural production in Kazakhstan. Our partners include more than 160 world-renowned leading research universities and research centers. Among them are the University of California at Davis, which is the second highest institution in the world of the agricultural industry, Agro-Polytech University in Europe, and many others. Today, KATU has started a dual diploma education in 3 specialties jointly with the University of Milan in Italy, which gives our graduates the opportunity to receive diplomas from 2 countries. Our university offers the opportunity to study at bachelor's, master's, and doctorates. Currently, the number of students exceeds 12,000, of whom 70% are studying under the state grants. There is a full opportunity to study in the military department. All necessary conditions are created for them to be qualified specialists. The university aims for a seamless experience in any format of education. For students, there is a printing office and a library equipped with an electronic system that has more than 1.5 million book collections. As Kazakhstan's leading university in the agricultural sector, we are speakers at the session of the Spring Festival represented by the chairman of the board of KATU, PhD in economics, Kairat Kaparovich Aytuganov.
Что такое зоофорум?
Bu shunday maskanki, u bilan birga va bu yerda har bir yosh, har bir talaba o'z oldiga qo'ygan maqsadlariga erisha oladi. O'ziga o'xshagan kreativ, intiluvchan yoshlar bilan tanisha oladi, katta loyihalarni amalga oshira oladi va faqatgina kelajakda emas, balki hozir ham yurt rivojiga o'z hissasini qo'sha oladi.
Это фонд, где студенты могут найти для себя очень много интересной информации и найти ответы на свои вопросы.
Зоофорум — это фонд, который занимается развитием науки и образования. Но это очень сложно. Я для себя считаю, что это некая служба ремонта социальных лифтов. Наш фонд помогает молодым людям раскрыть свой потенциал, получить какие-то дополнительные навыки, получить знакомство, нетворкинг через погружение в разные проекты.
Loyihalar haqida gapiradigan bo'lsak, ularning nafaqat soni, balki sifati ham juda yuqori.
В стенах молодежного центра «Зиофорум» проходят различные мероприятия, такие как акториумы, паблик-токи, воркшопы. Все они созданы исключительно для того, чтобы студенты могли найти себя, найти свое место в нашем обществе, а также помочь им развиваться в той или иной сфере, которая им понравится.
Также мы занимаемся проектом «Альманах». В прошлом году мы выпустили альманах молодых исследователей и ученых. В этом году альманах посвящен студенческим лидерам.
Zioforumga kelish mumkin bo'lgan insonlar, Zioforum bilan birgalikda loyihalarni amalga oshirish mumkin bo'lgan insonlar kim degan savolga javob juda ham oddiy. Hayotdan maqsadi bor, o'z ustida ishlashga qo'rqmaydigan va doimo yangilik sari intiluvchan barcha yoshlar Zioforum ilm-fan ta'lim-tarbiyani rivojlantirish fondi bilan birgalikda bo'la oladi.
Zioforum может приходить любой желающий. Мы работаем со студентами, мы работаем с ребятами, которые учатся в школах, мы работаем с молодыми специалистами. То есть, если вы стремящийся человек к высокому, стремящийся человек к развитию, приходи к нам, давай вместе помогать друг другу и реализовывать твой и совместный потенциал.
Что надо сделать? Вы скажете ему неслушливо. Повторите, пожалуйста.
Adil müəllim salam. Adil müəllim здравствуйте.
Gördünüz.
Bəli, bəli, Adil müəllim gördüm.
Eşidirsiniz dərdimi?
Bəli, bəli,
Advanced
eşidirəm.
curriculum in the world, by far the best in the world.
Evet,
For anyone
danışmamız
curious
yeri
about how the
Azerbaycan'da
world is
ortaya
changing
çıkmış
and how they can make a difference in it.
Daha serbest danışalım.
Hi, I'm Vivek Wadhwa. I've been teaching at some of the most incredible universities in the world, including Harvard, Stanford, Carnegie Mellon University, Singularity University, Emory University, and University of California at Berkeley.
My name is Tarun Wadhwa. I'm a visiting fellow at Emory University's Department of Political Science and a non-resident fellow with the Atlantic Council's Geotech Center.
What is exponential innovation? Well, you have a whole range of technologies advancing exponentially, everything from artificial intelligence to computing to robots to sensors to quantum computing,
where we take the best lessons from science, technology, academia, and bring them together to show you how to use technology to change your world.
The curriculum that Tarun and I have created is meant for young students doing a bachelor's degree as well as PhD researchers. We also teach this to business executives. We teach this to the CEOs of billion-dollar companies all across the world. What's the magic of Silicon Valley? What are the lessons that can be learned from here? And how can entrepreneurs everywhere learn these lessons?
You will learn about the advances in technology, how they are overturning industry after industry, what entrepreneurs can do with these ideas, and how they are going to impact our society and government and policy systems.
Don't miss this opportunity to learn about advancing technologies, new innovation methods, find ways to build billion-dollar businesses and trillion-dollar industries that can uplift humanity. I'm Vivek Wadhwa, and this is my Nobel course.
I am Tarun Wadhwa, and this is my Nobel course.
Да. Да, я здесь. В смысле, мы им дали микрофон? Они один, да,
Kazakhstan is a country located in the heart of Eurasia, appeared on the geopolitical map only in 1991. It is bounded on the northwest and the north by Russia, on the east by China, and on the south by Kyrgyzstan, Uzbekistan, the Aral Sea and Turkmenistan. The Caspian Sea bounds Kazakhstan to the southwest. Kazakhstan is the largest country in Central Asia and the 9th largest in the world. For centuries, the great Kazakh steppe accepted caravans of the Silk Road in oases of its cities and settlements. It was historically closely tied to the Silk Road trade routes, acting as a crossroads for the movement of people, goods and ideas between Europe and Asia. The capital of Kazakhstan and its largest business center is Nur-Sultan. The third megapolis of the country, Shymkent, is as a city in the south of Kazakhstan with an 800 years history founded in the 12th century. Nowadays, Shymkent is a city of national significance, one of the largest industrial, commercial and cultural centers of the country, the third largest by population of more than 1 million people. One of the large multidisciplinary education institutions of Kazakhstan with a deep history is located here. It is Awezov University.
Может, выступающий начнет в полтретьего, но нас уже вроде в 2. Здесь, да. Так, группа не решат презентацию все-таки. Как я понял, все вот эти. пока я как понял, они будут вот отсюда вот. Да, вот. Главный транслятор, вот этот вот.
Students and undergraduates
Эфес, да.
acquire
Вот
practical
постоянно они будут
skills.
все здесь
In other
крутить.
words, this is a mini copy of a large production and dairy plant. Within the framework of the program of scholarship, academic mobility and double degree education, the university cooperates with more than 170 foreign universities. 150 students a year study for the academic mobility at leading universities in the world. The digitalization process has affected all spheres of society, including education. At our university, innovations are intensively introduced into the education system, and 3D, VR, STEM technologies are widely used. The IT Center provides consulting to teachers of schools in Shymkent on robotics, provides material resources to students in the Laboratory of Robotics and Mechatronics at the Laboratory of Mathematical and 3D Modeling, and provides material resources of the IT Center to students and teachers of the Awazov University. In Student Design Bureau, students and teachers prepare scientific projects for participation in regional, national and international competitions. Students of clubs and Student Design Bureau develop robotic systems for participation in competitions and competitions in robotics. The material and technical base of the university consists of 10 educational buildings of a modern standard, 6 student dormitories and 2 sports complexes. For the comprehensive development of students, more than 30 public, political and cultural organizations function. Awazov University, that has united history and modernity today, prepares more than 27,000 students and invites to take your best.
We know it's going to take many forms of energy to meet the world's needs while creating a cleaner future for all. At Chevron, we're lowering the carbon emissions intensity of our operations, investing in lower carbon technologies, and exploring renewable fuels of the future. We work hard to care for the homes we love, but it's only human to protect the one we share.
Dear lecturers, participants and guests of the 4th Spring Nobel Festival, a world of exponential innovation, Sakensky Folin Kazakh Agritechnical University, the general partner of this event, is hosting this year's festival. For 65 years of its activity, KATU has trained more than 70,000 specialists, successfully working in all major sectors of the agrotechnical sphere. Among the ranks of our graduates are deputies of the Parliament of the Republic of Kazakhstan, heads of leading enterprises, nationally known public figures, and athletes. Today, our university is one of the leaders of the national higher education on the national rating of the demand for higher education institutions of Kazakhstan, from the IAAR on the quality of educational programs. And also, KATU is the base university for digitalization of agricultural production in Kazakhstan. Our partners include more than 160 world-renowned leading research universities and research centers. Among them are the University of California at Davis, which is the second highest institution in the world of the agricultural industry, Agro-Polytech University in Europe, and many others. Today, KATU has started a dual diploma education in 3 specialties jointly with the University of Milan in Italy, which gives our graduates the opportunity to receive diplomas from 2 countries. Our university offers the opportunity to study at bachelor's, master's, and doctorates. Currently, the number of students exceeds 12,000, of whom 70% are studying under the state grants. There is a full opportunity to study in the military department. All necessary conditions are created for them to be qualified specialists. The university aims for a seamless experience in any format of education. For students, there is a printing office and a library equipped with an electronic system that has more than 1.5 million book collections. As Kazakhstan's leading university in the agricultural sector, we are speakers at the session of the Spring Festival represented by the chairman of the board of KATU, PhD in economics, Kairat Kaparovich Aytuganov.
Добрый день, дорогие друзья! Я рада вас приветствовать на третьем дне Нобелевского фестиваля с нашей студии в городе Баку. Напоминаю, что подключиться к трансляции онлайн можно через сайт Nobel Fest. Если вы хотите поучаствовать через метавселенную, скачайте мобильное приложение Phenom Metaverse через App Store или Google Play. Да, все верно, прямо сейчас вы можете скачать метавселенную Phenom Metaverse и смотреть Nobel Fest с помощью собственного аватара. Среди звезд науки сегодня ведущий создатель роботов в мире, гений искусственного интеллекта и главный исполнительный директор Hanson Robotics Дэвид Хэнсон, созданный им человекоподобный робот гуманоид София, руководитель кафедры исследования будущего рынка труда в Университете сингулярности Гарибов и многие другие. Итак, третий день Нобелевского фестиваля во имя образования, науки и технологий объявляю открытым. Спасибо, что вы...
Good afternoon, everyone. I greet each of you from the capital city of Azerbaijan, Baku. And of course, this platform in which we participate is very important. And today, academic community of Azerbaijan, Azerbaijan State University of Economics, and Sabah groups pay great attention to this platform. And we are, as a whole, as a group, very happy to be here. And today we will cover many interesting topics that all these world agenda are deeply interested in, and several topics will be covered, and very prominent academicians, scientific researchers will make their presentations on their on the global issues and happenings. And of course, the pandemic showed that we are in hard times, but it also revealed that we can put all our efforts to cope with all these problems. And you know that currently our most academicians write and they speak especially on this topic. And I think through this platform, everybody has a special message that they want to give. And my topic and my message is that if anyone can do, or if anyone can achieve anything in this life, then it means that everybody can do it. I mean, no one has greater advantage or no one has great ability. Of course, in the last 120 years, many academicians have been awarded this Nobel Prize. And I think that there are three examples, not only for any specific country, and for the entire world and for the academic world. And you know that today Azerbaijani government especially pays great attention to the reconstruction work in the newly liberated territories of Azerbaijan. And currently we are applying smart city, smart village projects, and we are focusing on green energy zone. And that's why all our universities are also taking active participation in this regard. And our universities in Azerbaijan, they are focusing on modern technologies, and they are applying all these modern technologies in this education sphere. In the end, I want to wish success all these participants, and we are deeply interested in this platform, and we are happy that we are taking part here. And I want to give platform to Adil Garibov, Doctor of Chemical Sciences, Professor, Honorary Scientific Figure, and full member of Azerbaijan National Academy of Sciences, Nuclear Research Specialist. Adil Malim, please.
Thank you. Спасибо. Ну, я думаю, что первым же долгом я хотел бы приветствовать всех участников нашего сегодняшнего Нобелевского фестиваля. Ну, здесь, я думаю, что большой труд организаторам и также большой интерес со стороны участников. И всех я приветствую от имени нашего научного общества, академического научного общества Азербайджана и лично от себя. Ну, несмотря на что бы ни было наш предмет обсуждения, если разговор идет о Нобелевском фестивале, значит, разговор будет идти о науке, о научной деятельности, о научно-техническом прогрессе, а также связано с ним многих других аспектов. Поэтому я сегодня хотел бы дать информацию участников нашего фестиваля о научной деятельности в Азербайджане и какие результаты мы получили в последнее время и что намерены на будущее делать. На вступительных словах, конечно, отмечено, что в Азербайджане ведется большая работа по модернизации технологий, по созданию новых смарт-городов, смарт-регионов, а также по зеленой энергетике. Но это на самом деле так. Ну, первым же долгом я хотел бы отметить, что давайте вопрос, когда разговор идет о науке, надо думать о том, что наука не только сегодняшний день, наука не только на будущее, служит на будущее, наука и также на прошлое нашего. Без науки мы не можем понять, какие изменения, как мы сегодня, откуда мы взялись, какие этапы развития человечества, что были и что это, на основе этого, что можно ожидать. Поэтому наука и сейчас во всем мире приобретает большое значение, и все развитые и даже развивающих стран, которые начинаются, они особое внимание уделяют на организации науки и научно-технического прогресса. Азербайджан уже более 30 лет является независимой страной и проводит обширные программы по развитию науки и технологий. Азербайджан сейчас реализуются самые прогрессивные современные технологии мира, и это в области химии, это в области машиностроения и материаловедения, и других нефтепереработки и других отраслей. Азербайджан исторически имел большую историю по научной деятельности в Азербайджане. Еще в древних временах в Азербайджане занимались наши выдающие поэты, наши выдающие специалисты в области науки, в различных областях науки и технологий. Но структурное формирование научной деятельности Азербайджана начало свою историю с 1945 года. Ну, сегодня, в этот же месяц мы праздновали, отмечались 77 годовщина нашей Академии наук, Национальной Академии наук Азербайджана. 77 лет – это не очень большая история, но зато Азербайджан добился больших успехов. Азербайджан формировался школ в различных областях, как в области физики, в области химии, биологии, геологии и других отраслей. Ну, Азербайджан первым же по развитию или же первые годы состава Советского Союза в основном характеризовался как нефтяной, нефтехимической страной, и не случайно, что назвали иногда Азербайджан нефтехимической академией или нефтяной академией. Но Азербайджан развивался, с большим успехом развивалась разведка, переработка, добыча, переработка и другие, вторичная обработка нефти, газа и других источников энергии. И не случайно и в Азербайджане экономия Азербайджана особое место принадлежит. Конечно, органические источники энергии особое место принадлежит. И сегодня наше государство ведет курс о том, что перевести силы этого на интеллект, на новый уровень развития нашей экономии и всех областей нашей жизни. Сегодня, уважаемые участники фестиваля, все наши жизни, все человечество, все деятельность человеческая наукоемкая. И поэтому нельзя представить, чтобы страна занималась каким-то отраслем, отдельной отраслью науки и техники, и с этим же он дальше лимитировал свою деятельность. Нет, Азербайджан развивался все области науки и техники. И я сказал, что несмотря на то, что Азербайджан имеет большие запасы органических источников энергии, но Азербайджан первый из, можно сказать, из СНГ-ских стран и также в Европе полностью перешел на более чистый, экологически чистый источник энергии, то есть на газ. У нас наши все энергетики сейчас работают на основе природного газа, и где в этой же технологии выброс примерно на 3-4 раза меньше, чем если используют в этой же технологии мазут или другие органические источники. Поэтому Азербайджан, я думаю, что первый же отклик мировой проблемы о том, что уменьшить эмиссии карбона и решить глобальные изменения климата, проблемы, связанные с изменением климата. И я добился больших успехов в этой области. Последние 10 лет, можно сказать, что полностью перешел на природного газа. Но с этим не хватает, с этим мы не остановились. Мы сейчас ведем, наше государство ведет большую работу в области применения зеленой энергии, то есть это возобновляемые альтернативные виды энергии, это солнце, ветра и другие виды энергии. Ну, правда, у нас гидро или другие источники потенциал очень мало, но самый большой запас мы имеем солнце и ветра. В Азербайджане ведется обширная, большая программа по использованию альтернативных видов энергии во всех областях наших республики. И сейчас, знаете, от освобожденных территорий Азербайджана с армянских захватчиков сейчас идет процесс большой строительный, там, можно сказать, во всех областях сейчас идет новая перестройка. И в этой области особое внимание уделяет наше руководство использованию зеленой энергии во всех этих освобожденных территориях Азербайджана. И эта зеленая энергетика в основном, я отметил, солнце и ветер. В Азербайджане, можно сказать, сегодня где-то 16-17% энергии производится на основе этой зеленой энергии, то есть солнца и ветра. Ну, а дальнейшее, это мы уже, наверное, все слышали, ведется большая работа привлечения в Азербайджане инвесторов из других стран, а также приобретение новых высокоэффективных технологий. Но, правда, сейчас коэффициент полезных действий солнечных преобразователей во всем мире, они переделиваются 18%, а ветряная установка, конечно, сейчас имеет большие возможности, то есть даже можно увеличить мощность каждого установки где-то 5 мегаватт, и это имеет большое значение о том, что с точки зрения того, что Азербайджан имеет большой запас ветра, и сейчас ведется работа строительства или организации производства на основе ветроэлектроэнергии не только на суше, и также в море. Это большие, конечно, новые прогрессивные технологии, и поэтому имеет большое значение для развития других отрасли Азербайджана. Азербайджан являлся как один из членов Советского Союза, то есть в состав уходил Советского Союза, он активно участвовал в союзных программах по научно-технической программе того времени. Но эти программы, мы знаем, что многих этих программ сейчас тоже являются актуальным, и сейчас широко, конечно, во всех мире проводится научно-исследовательская работа в этой области. Азербайджан с того времени положена основа мирного использования атома. То есть мы совместно с Советской всесоюзной программой мы участвовали в процессе мирное использование энергии ядра или же атомной энергии в области нефтехимической переработки, в области других химических, то есть энергоемких процессов. Развивалась Азербайджан атомно-водородная энергетика, развивалась Азербайджан отдельные отрасли водородной энергетики, которые являются сейчас актуальным во всем мире. То есть мы разрабатывали процессы получения водорода прямо из воды, с помощью термического разложения воды, который обычно их осуществляется очень высокой температурой, то есть выше 2000, а у нас разрабатывались методы пути по получению более мягких условий этих энергоносителей. А также Азербайджан имеет большую школу физиков, полупроводников. Азербайджан активно участвует во всех мировых международных программах, проектах в области полупроводниковой физики. Азербайджан являлся и имеет большой запас можно потенциал по разведке, геологоразведочной части науки и также по добыче нефтегазовой месторождения. Не только это, полезность других видов полезных ископаемых. То есть Азербайджан очень бурно развивался в области геологии, геофизики. И это, конечно, мы тогда являлись одним из ведущих состава Советского Союза республики. И, конечно, в Азербайджане нельзя представить, что без не проводить работу в этом регионе по биологии, по сельскохозяйству. В Азербайджане совместно с МАГАТЭ проводит сейчас работу создания новых сортов, под гибридов сортов хлопка и других сортов технических растений. И на основе этих сейчас получается новых сортов, которые они имеют большую производительность и имеют большую стойкость к различным действиям экологических факторов, действию различных экологических факторов. В Азербайджане проводится большая работа в области нефтехимической нефтепереработки. Созданы совсем новые технологии переработки нефти еще в советского периода. Хотел бы сказать, что наши термокаталитическая, то есть крекинговая установка во всех отраслях Советского Союза работала, и сейчас тоже продолжается работа с модернизованным аспектом. Азербайджан также большое значение придает исследованию в области фундаментальных научных работ. Знаете, сейчас, наверное, во всем мире каждая страна фундаментальная научная деятельность очень капиталоемкая, поэтому отдельные страны, такие как мы, то есть маленькие и новые развивающих стран, не имеют возможности проводить фундаментальную научную работу. Поэтому наш азербайджанский ученый идет к коллаборации, международной коллаборации. Мы участвуем в различных международных научных коллаборациях. Хотел бы несколько примеров показать. Первым же я хотел бы СЕРН, то есть Европейский ядерный исследовательский центр. Мы являемся членом 3 экспериментов, это значит по атлас, традиционный атлас экспериментов, ELIS и ENA 61 или 69, это 3 эксперимента мы являемся, участвуем, и азербайджанские ученые активно принимают участие в многих вопросах, а также активно принимали участие, наверное, знаете, опытом века это является большой адронский коллайдер, мы проводим работу первые поры, и также и связано с ним второстепенные другие вопросы. Азербайджан активно являлся одним из первых стран, который являлся членом международной коллаборации в Дубне, и сейчас тоже сейчас тоже является членом в Дубне. Около 20-22 человека наших ученых работают в Дубне, проводят исследования в области физики высоких энергий, физико-конденсированных сред, и по радиобиологии, по биологии, другие отрасли науки и технологий. В Азербайджане, а также большое внимание уделяет развитию науки Земли, науки о микробиологии человека и других отраслей. Можно сказать, что уникальный сейчас традиции в Азербайджане существует создание совместных лабораторий, международных лабораторий. В этих лабораториях организуют новые лаборатории совместно развитых стран, лабораторий развитых стран и с привлечением ведущих ученых из этих стран к руководству, к научной консультации на направлении. Имеется сейчас более 10 таких лабораторий с лабораториями Америки, Германии, Франции и других стран, как ведущих развитых стран. Азербайджан также имеет большой успех в области математики, по математической науке. Можно сказать, что в Советском Союзе всего или 4 таких института можно отметить, которые отмечены данный статус ведущей научной организации Советского Союза. Одним из них являлся Институт математики Азербайджана. На базе математики, Институт математики Азербайджана, а также других, например, Институт кибернетики в Азербайджане сейчас создано большое коллаборативное направление по развитию информационной технологии, новых цифровой науки, цифровой технологии. База в этой лаборатории ведется международного уровня признанных результатов. Азербайджанские ученые добились больших успехов в области публикации своей научной работы в ведущих мировых журналах. И можно сказать, что каждый год около 4000 статей наших ученых опубликуются в высокоиндексных журналах международных, признанных сайтах, базах, которые признаны лабораторией. Азербайджан сегодня, конечно, наша страна после войны, Отечественной войны, наша страна и также международная жизнь создано новое состояние, это характеризуется бурным развитием, потому что мы имеем влияние последствий войны, и много разрушений, многих там проблем, которые нужно созидать новых проблем. Поэтому Азербайджан особое внимание уделяет на развитие науки на новом уровне. То есть на сегодня наша потребность, наша независимая страна. Это соответствует потребности нашей страны. И с этого аспекта и сейчас ведется большая работа по реорганизации не только системы образования, а также в системе научной деятельности Азербайджана. Сейчас идет изменение, реорганизации в этом Академии наук не только по структурной реорганизации, идет по направлениям, которые научной деятельности, которые исторически сложились в Азербайджане, сейчас их можно направить на нужды нашей республики, потому что уже республика имеет самые современные технологии в различных областях технологий, то есть это химия, я как отметил в начале, в соответствии этих областей сейчас в Азербайджане требуется вести работу, которая служит нашему национальному интересу. С этой целью, конечно, необходимо и посмотреть, и определить дальнейшие пути развития наук Азербайджана. Вот дальнейшие пути развития наук Азербайджана тесно связаны с, конечно, кадровой базой, потому что наука, научная деятельность, это в основном несколько факторов зависит от факторов. Один из них, конечно, наличие соответствия оборудования или других средств, и с другой стороны, это потребует высококвалифицированных кадров базы. Это самый главный вопрос сейчас во всем мире, привлечение молодых людей в области науки и научной деятельности. Ну, с этой целью сейчас ставлен вопрос заново посмотреть связь между наукой и образованием Азербайджана. То есть существующая традиционная связь, конечно, не очень положительный эффект дает, поэтому сейчас рассматривается создание динамической связи, то есть азербайджанские ученые, ведущие академические ученые должны участвовать в этой системе образования, а студенты, которые, конечно, есть интерес в области науки, они должны свободно заниматься научной деятельностью в лабораториях Академии наук. Для этого ведется совместных различных семинаров, сейчас дискуссиях, различных, можно сказать, вариантов контрактов, чтобы между ними это создано. Ну, в общем, Президиум Академии наук Азербайджана и также Министерством образования Азербайджана имеется очень тесный сейчас на новом уровне созданная связь. Я думаю, что это даст на будущее наше развитие науки, потому что без молодых ученых нет возможности дальнейшего развития сегодняшнего уровня науки и технологий. Азербайджан, я отметил, что значит, подготовка кадров, молодых специалистов, особое место придает отправлению на молодых ученых в мировой известных школах, чтобы они там прошли подготовку. Многих, например, сегодняшняя система академии более 150-200 наших молодых ученых проводят исследования в различных лабораториях международных и признанных лабораториях мира. И они, я думаю, что на будущее будет резервом, очень золотым резервом для нашего науки. Самое главное, что здесь хотел бы в области научной деятельности, что государство очень тесно и очень внимательно относится к нашим нуждам и к нашим проблемам, и всячески поддерживает наши инициативы. И в этом деле мы видим дальнейшее, конечно, развитие нашей научной деятельности в Азербайджане. Я коротко хотел...
Айдын Мэлим, я очень извиняюсь, у нас вот мало времени, другие участники тоже должны выступать.
У меня все.
У вас все. Спасибо вам за участие, за выступление. Я надеюсь, что на других платформах мы можем обсудить более детально все это. Спасибо вам еще раз за усилия, за выступление. И я желаю удачи всем участникам. Увидимся. Спасибо.
Спасибо. Спасибо.
Вам спасибо.
Уважаемые лекторы, участники и гости весеннего 4-го Нобелевского фестиваля. Тема 4-го фестиваля – «Мир экспоненциальных инноваций». Казахский агротехнический университет имени Сакена Сейфуллина является генеральным партнером данного мероприятия и предоставляет в этом году свою площадку для проведения этого мероприятия. За 65 лет своей деятельности КАТУ подготовил более 70 тысяч специалистов, успешно работающих во всех основных отраслях агротехнической сферы. В рядах наших выпускников депутаты парламента Республики Казахстан, руководители ведущих предприятий, известные в стране общественные деятели и спортсмены. Сегодня наш университет входит в число лидеров отечественного высшего образования по национальному рейтингу востребованности вузов Республики Казахстан от независимого агентства аккредитации и рейтинга по качеству образовательных программ. И также КАТУ является базовым университетом по цифровизации сельскохозяйственного производства Казахстана. В числе наших партнеров более 160 ведущих исследовательских университетов и научных центров с мировым именем. Среди них можно отметить Калифорнийский университет в Дэвисе, который является вторым высшим учебным заведением в мире по аграрной отрасли, университет Агропаритек в Европе и многие другие. Сегодня КАТУ перешел на двудипломное образование по 3 специальностям совместно с Миланским университетом Италии, что дает нашим выпускникам возможность получить дипломы 2 стран. В нашем университете есть возможность освоить уровни бакалавриата, магистратуры и докторантуры. В настоящее время количество обучающихся превысило 12 тысяч человек, из них 70% обучаются по государственным грантам. Предусмотрена полная возможность обучения на военной кафедре. Созданы все необходимые условия для того, чтобы они были квалифицированными специалистами. Университет нацелен на беспрепятственную работу в любом формате образования. Для студентов имеется типография и библиотека, оснащенная электронной системой, которая насчитывает более 1,5 миллиона книжных фондов. Как ведущий университет Казахстана в аграрной сфере, мы выступаем спикерами на сессиях весеннего Нобелевского фестиваля в лице председателя правления КАТУ, доктора экономических наук Айтуганова Кайрата Капаровича.
Что такое зеофорум?
Bu shunday maskanki, u bilan birga va bu yerda har bir yosh, har bir talaba o'z oldiga qo'ygan maqsadlariga erisha oladi. O'ziga o'xshagan kreativ, intiluvchan yoshlar bilan tanisha oladi, katta loyihalarni amalga oshira oladi va faqatgina kelajakda emas, balki hozir ham yurt rivojiga o'z hissasini qo'sha oladi.
Это фонд, где студенты могут найти для себя очень много интересной информации и найти ответы на свои вопросы.
Зеофорум — это фонд, который занимается развитием науки и образования. Но это очень сложно. Я для себя считаю, что это некая служба ремонта социальных лифтов. Наш фонд помогает молодым людям раскрыть свой потенциал, получить какие-то дополнительные навыки, получить знакомство, нетворкинг через погружение в разные проекты.
В стенах молодежного центра «Зеофорум» проходят различные мероприятия, такие как акториумы, паблик-токи, воркшопы. Все они созданы исключительно для того, чтобы студенты могли найти себя, найти свое место в нашем обществе, а также помочь им развиваться в той или иной сфере, которая им понравится.
Также мы занимаемся проектом «Альманах». В прошлом году мы выпустили альманах молодых исследователей и ученых. В этом году альманах посвящен studentческим лидерам.
Ziyofórumga kelish mumkin bo'lgan insonlar, Ziyofórum bilan birgalikda loyihalarni amalga oshirish mumkin bo'lgan insonlar kim degan savolga javob juda ham oddiy. Hayotdan maqsadi bor, o'z ustida ishlashga qo'rqmaydigan va doimo yangilik sari intiluvchi barcha yoshlar Ziyofórum ilm-fan ta'lim-tarbiyani rivojlantirish fondi bilan birgalikda bo'la oladi.
Ziyofórum может приходить любой желающий. Мы работаем со студентами, мы работаем с ребятами, которые учатся в школах, мы работаем с молодыми специалистами. То есть, если вы стремящийся человек к высокому, стремящийся человек к развитию, приходи к нам, давай вместе помогать друг другу и реализовывать твой и совместный потенциал.
The most advanced curriculum in the world, by far the best in the world.
For anyone curious about how the world is changing and how they can make a difference in it.
I am Vivek Wadhwa. I've been teaching at some of the most incredible universities in the world, including Harvard, Stanford, Carnegie Mellon University, Singularity University, Emory University, and University of California at Berkeley.
My name is Tarun Wadhwa. I'm a visiting fellow with Emory University's Department of Political Science and a non-resident fellow with the Atlantic Council's Geotech Center.
What is exponential innovation? Well, you have a whole range of technologies advancing exponentially. Everything from artificial intelligence to computing to robots to sensors to quantum computing,
where we take the best lessons from science, technology, academia, and bring them together to show you how to use technology to change your world.
The curriculum that Tarun and I have created is meant for young students doing a bachelor's degree as well as PhD researchers. We also teach this to business executives. We teach this to the CEOs of billion-dollar companies all across the world. What's the magic of Silicon Valley? What are the lessons that can be learned from here? And how can entrepreneurs everywhere learn these lessons?
You will learn about the advances in technology, how they're overturning industry after industry, what entrepreneurs can do with these ideas, and how they're going to impact our society and government and policy systems.
Don't miss this opportunity to learn about advancing technologies, new innovation methods, find ways to build billion-dollar businesses and trillion-dollar industries that can uplift humanity. I'm Vivek Wadhwa, and this is my Nobel course.
I am Tarun Wadhwa, and this is my Nobel course.
Lecturers, participants and guests of the 4th Spring Nobel Festival, a world of exponential innovation. Sakensky Kazakh Technical University, the general partner of this event, is hosting this year's festival. For 65 years of its activity, KATU has trained more than 70,000 specialists, successfully working in all major sectors of the agro-technical sphere. Among the ranks of our graduates are deputies of the Parliament of the Republic of Kazakhstan, heads of leading enterprises, nationally known public figures, and athletes. Today, our university is one of the leaders of the national higher education on the national ranking of the demand for higher education institutions of Kazakhstan, from the IAAR on the quality of educational programs. And also, KATU is the base university for digitalization of agricultural production in Kazakhstan. Our partners include more than 160 world-renowned leading research universities and research centers. Among them are the University of California at Davis, which is the second highest institution in the world of the agricultural industry, Agro-Polytech University in Europe, and many others. Today, KATU has started a dual diploma education in 3 specialties jointly with the University of Milan in Italy, which gives our graduates the opportunity to receive diplomas from 2 countries. Our university offers the opportunity to study at bachelor's, master's, and doctorates. Currently, the number of students exceeds 12,000, of whom 70% are studying under the state grants. There is a full opportunity to study in the military department. All necessary conditions are created for them to be qualified specialists. The university aims for a seamless experience in any format of education. For students, there is a printing office and a library equipped with an electronic system that has more than 1.5 million book collections. As Kazakhstan's leading university in the agricultural sector, we are speakers at the session of the Spring Festival represented by the chairman of the board of KATU, PhD in economics, Kairat Kaparovich Aytuganov.
Сможем ли мы достичь углеродной нейтральности и какие зеленые технологии определят прогресс человечества, обсудит директор Всемирного совета по экологическому строительству Advancing Net Zero Виктория Barroso, вице-президент по политике и стратегии Азиатского банка инфраструктурных изменений Дани Александр, заместитель премьер-министра и министр экологии Испании Тереса Рибера, соучредитель компании TSPA Filippo Imberti, соучредитель компании Boreal Light Хамед Bakheshti и инженер-программист и посол устойчивого развития модератор декан факультета лесного хозяйства, дикой природы и окружающей среды Казахского агротехнического университета Дани Sarkesova.
Спасибо большое. Итак, фестиваля. Я рада приветствовать всех вас здесь. Сегодня я открываю специальную дискуссию от Казахского агротехнического университета имени Filippo. Меня зовут Дани, я являюсь деканом факультета лесного хозяйства, дикой природы и окружающей среды. Тема сегодняшней сессии – будущее, которое может не наступить. Зеленые технологии, которые должны спасти мир. Как известно, зеленые технологии понимаются как наилучшие доступные технологии, которые призваны минимизировать загрязнение окружающей среды,
которую
внедрения подобных технологий. Сможет ли экономика стран мира достичь углеродной нейтральности к 2050 году путем внедрения зеленых технологий? Чем заключается потенциал декарбонизации? Каким образом разные регионы смогут достичь перехода к нулевому углероду? Я думаю, на все эти вопросы дадут ответы наши эксперты из различных сфер деятельности. В связи с ограниченным временем, уважаемые спикеры, перед началом сессии хотела вас предупредить. Ваше выступление должно занимать не более 5 минут. Итак, уважаемые участники, давайте послушаем видеообращение госпожи Тересы Рибера, заместителя премьер-министра и министра экологии Испании, который занимается вопросами изменения климата, биоразнообразия, экосистемами и управлением устойчивого развития. Пожалуйста, видеообращение.
Thank you to the organizers of this Nobel Fest for inviting me to join you in this occasion. I think that it is challenging but inspiring, and I think that discussing on how to achieve the full decarbonization of our economies, the resilience, the opportunities for communities all over the world is one of the major issues of our times. And this deserves much attention but has no simple answers. However, I would like to share with you 3 main priority points, ideas. The first of them is that new technologies, green technologies are a must, full of opportunities, very interesting, but we need them to be developed and to be a real solution in real ground. And this is an opportunity that we need to work a little bit more. Green technologies bring hope. When we read the 6th assessment report of the IPCC, we realize to what extent this is now or never. We need to facilitate a full transformation of our energy systems. We need to ensure prosperity for people in conditions that have not met up to now. There is not an easy answer to this challenge, but we have seen how fast things have been changing, how the learning curve of the new green technologies in the energy field have changed the merit order in the economic decisions of the business community. Things that were not feasible only 10 years ago now are the new normal. But second idea, this is not only an issue of counting on tech. It's not just technologies that count, it is our mindset that needs to change. We need to think how we can upscale, how we can reduce our consumptions, how we can be much more smarter and wise than what we have been up to now. We need a new green social contract. Just transition, new opportunities, new investments, prosperity for all are things that do count. Our mindset needs to be favoring this transformation, and for that, equity, inclusiveness and fairness are absolutely key. And the final idea, the main point, we can do it. It is feasible.
Спасибо большое. Следующее слово я хочу передать Виктории Белов, директора Advanced Net Zero World Green Building International, который расскажет нам об ускорении полной декарбонизации искусственной среды. Пожалуйста, госпожа Виктория. Госпожа Виктория, вы в студии?
Hello, hi. Can you hear me okay? Okay, fantastic. Thank you. Hi. Thank you very much to Nobel Fest, to the conference organizers for inviting me to speak with you today. Yes, it is a case of now or never following the latest IPCC report, and that means adjusting emissions from the building and construction sector. And the World Green Building Council is a global network of national green building councils across 70 countries that are working to deliver just that. And we are advocating for a more sustainable, resilient, healthy and decarbonized built environment by 2050. And that means taking deep action today. We have to think about how we are building, how we are constructing, how we're designing, how we're operating, and how we're deconstructing our buildings to optimize a regenerative, decarbonized, but also circular approach to our built environment. The building sector represents an annual investment of $4.5 trillion, and energy efficient buildings represent 24.7 trillion by 2030. And yet today, under $3 of every $100 spent on construction goes into more energy efficient buildings and construction processes. So that's something that we simply have to change. And yes, technology can help us with that. It can help ensure that buildings are designed and built more efficiently. It can help ensure they are operated more efficiently, but also it includes things like approaching design with a passive approach. So thinking about how passive technologies in building design can optimize building performance as well. And I look forward to continuing the discussion about that opportunity here today.
Благодарим Викторию Белов за то, что она подключилась к нам. Спасибо большое. И переходим к следующему очень важному вопросу. Использование природы без истощения ресурсов и ответственного по производству. Слово я хочу передать Дани Александру, британскому политику, руководителю работы по инфраструктурной политике и ее реализации. Он поделится своими знаниями в области селекционных инвестиций в Великобритании. Пожалуйста, Дани Александр, вам слово.
Thank you very much indeed, and thank you to all the organizers of Nobel Fest for convening this discussion and inviting us to take part. And given that it was around 6 months ago that the world's major economies, all the countries of the world indeed, came together in Glasgow at COP26, making major announcements, major new commitments in terms of action to tackle climate change. Today's discussion is an opportunity to take a step back and to look at the technologies and the tools and strategies that are necessary to achieve the net zero ambition that the world has set out, and which for AIB is a major commitment and a major focus of the financing that we provide as a multilateral development bank, particularly focusing on the interests of low and middle income countries in Asia. We've seen more than 130 countries declaring their net zero ambitions, and we know that a lot of new opportunities will be created in a low carbon future, particularly around renewable energy and climate change mitigation. Climate change adaptation, on the other hand, falls far behind. And we know that if we don't tackle this issue, the costs, human, financial, economic, are going to be huge. So business as usual is no longer an option. Climate change mitigation, climate change adaptation, both require new technologies and new interventions to get to net zero. Renewable technologies, clean hydrogen, energy efficiency solutions are all obvious technologies that will help to reduce carbon emissions. Clean hydrogen, for example, is estimated to be able to address the toughest third of global greenhouse gas emissions by 2050. But also technology is critical to meeting these objectives. Digitalization, smart cities, electric vehicles, energy storage, autonomous driving, all can have a tremendous impact on building a greener future. And apart from these infrastructure assets themselves, the process of building them is also critical, as Victoria was saying. Delays of projects and building inefficiency not only make infrastructure projects expensive, but have led to huge construction waste and excessive emissions. According to the International Energy Authority, building materials and constructions can account for more than 20% of global emissions. And therefore, more efficient infrastructure planning and construction are also crucial to the green future. Technologies such as building information modeling, digital twins, use of drones and advanced robotics, predictive maintenance, all will play a crucially important part. And so for AIB, we see a crucial role also in supporting and making bankable projects which deliver these ideas particularly in the developing world. We also create financing platforms that allow private capital to enter at scale. And so supporting financial innovation is also a critical part of delivering the innovation that's necessary to achieve these climate goals. Our Lightsmith fund that we've invested in, for example, supports the development of technologies such as data analytics and modeling to tackle catastrophic risks and improve climate resilience. In Uzbekistan, we support water utilities to think about how digital technology can improve efficiency there, and in many other AIB projects. But I think I want to close with the thought that to achieve these goals, partnership is absolutely crucial. And that means different stakeholders, financiers, organizations, partnering together to champion collaboration. And we can learn from each other's best practice, we can share experiences, we can ensure that technologies are rapidly available as they develop in developing as well as developed countries. AIB is committed to helping create a better, more sustainable and more resilient future by financing infrastructure for tomorrow, while working together with other international financial institutions like the World Bank and the Asian Development Bank to achieving those objectives. Infrastructure tomorrow needs to be green and needs to be technology enabled. So we look forward very much to the discussion today, to working with all of you who are taking part in this session, and many of my colleagues will also be joining later sessions to discuss infratech in more detail. Thank you very much indeed.
Уважаемый господин Филиппо Имберти, вы в студии? Нас не слышит. Филиппо Имберти.
Thank you very much. Thank you for the organizers to put together this event. I will try to address the topic of the with a short slideshow that I will illustrate by sharing the screen now.
Вам слово, Филиппо Имберти. Пожалуйста.
Now. Yep, thank you. So I will share my screen now to illustrate a slideshow that I prepared to address this topic, a future that may not come, green technologies that should save the world. I want to start with some numbers. 2028, this is the years that we have to meet our zero carbon targets. And however, we need much more time to meet these carbon goals with the current clean energy technologies. This means that technologies will play a key role in addressing these goals and delivering this transition to a neutral, carbon neutral world. However, we cannot rely only on them, because they require time and a substantial production of CO2, especially to kickstart them. This means that we, of course, need to look for new resources, new energy sources, new technologies, but also that we need to make a better use of the resources we already have. I'm an urban planner, and I know that the building construction sector is a major player in CO2 emissions production. Especially, most of those emissions come from the residential building sectors. And of course, we know that technologies will play a key role in delivering new materials, new constructions methods that will cut these emissions. But we cannot rely only on them. We also need to design better spaces, better cities, better public spaces that encourage sharing solutions and decrease the reliance on inefficient, large layouts that we have in our buildings today. We need to encourage co-living solutions and layouts that decrease the footprint, the carbon footprint of single-person households. Transport is has another big share of the carbon emissions globally. But we also know that most of these emissions come from commuting and short distances on road transport. So again, urban planning and design has a large responsibility in producing more multifunctional spaces, mixed-use spaces that increase the proximities between, for example, living and working environments and cut these emissions that come from short distances commuting. Today, half of the population lives in cities, and this share is expected to grow up to 68% by 2050. This is true, but it's also true that cities occupy only 3% of the global surface, which means that they are already very dense and compact environments, and they are already trying to tackle the negative externalities of transport and commuting with their dense and compact urban fabric. It is also true that cities, the estimate says that cities are producers of 75% of CO2 emissions nowadays. However, cities are also the place where creativity and social and technological innovation is already taking place. They are already at the forefront of the battle against climate change and CO2 reduction, as opposed to the countryside or whatever else is outside the cities that is often overlooked in terms of the impact on CO2 emissions. But we know that in the last 60 years, up to 32% of the global land changed the use in favor of human and anthropogenic activities, affecting negatively the positive effects of rich biodiversity environments and their positive effects on ecological effects. So again, planning has the responsibility of embracing some of these functions that nowadays happen outside the cities into the cities by creating more multifunctional and mixed-use spaces that could reduce the consumption of land and prevent these type of land use changes in the future. I want to conclude saying that this means that this presentation is about to say that we have some of the tools and the ingredients to make a positive change. Technology will play a big pivotal role in the transition to a carbon neutral society, but we cannot rely only on that, and we cannot expect that technology only will save our planet. And we do not need to wait for that technology that is yet to come. We have some of these tools, we have some of the ingredients, so we can deploy them now, and we need to do that now. Thank you.
Хорошо.
Уважаемый Хамид Bakheshti, мы ждем вас.
Это не мы выключаем.
Hello. So I just heard my name. I imagine that should be my turn. I'm not sure. So it's a great pleasure. Good afternoon to you. Let me also share my screen. Probably it makes it easier. I'm borrowing a lot of parts that the previous colleagues mentioned in their speeches, and I want to also show part of what I do also believe, that technology is not just part of the solution for future and part of the challenge that we want to address. Is not just technology. I'm showcasing one of our projects that it's discussing the exact point that technology should be aligned with some other things to be able to address the magnitudes of the challenge we are now dealing with. So our work is focused on water. And water, all what we are talking about climate change, we keep hearing it, how water is a challenge for the impacts of climate, how impact of climate change is creating a challenge for water resources around the world. So we came up with a technology. This is the part of technology as a solution, a solar water desalination systems with 3 characteristics to be part of the technology. 1, direct sun radiation to the machine. So is that an absolute solar desalination, no battery, no pressure storage, no diesel, no grid, nothing. And then being simple is the other part of bringing such technologies combating climate change. And third, having it affordable. So when we have a technology as a solution, okay, at the outcome of it, we come up with a solution from the technological side, produces 1,000 liters of water for the cost of less than 50 cents from direct ocean water. So this is on the technology side, brings a technology that is, there is no emission, is absolutely zero emission for producing hygiene drinking water at an extreme low cost. But from the other hand, even on its delivery of the water to people. So one side is a production of water, one side is a delivery. This is, for instance, our service in East Africa, where the average market price for hygiene drinking water is $4. We deliver the 20-liter bottle. You see, these are the others delivering at 10 cents or delivering at $1 in urban communities. And then on the simplicity side, 80% of the maintenance of such machines needs nothing than another technology, but the technology that is available in local markets, which is a wrench and a screwdriver. When we talk about this one, it brings us into a beyond technology aspect. If we are approaching technology for future, technologies of net zero, technology of getting carbon out of, as much as possible, out of the atmosphere, it's not just a technology. This should be a beyond technology, what we call it, a holistic approach, where we deliver the water, we deliver drinking water, irrigation, and the income of these two is invested into the same community. And then every desalination system has a wastewater. On its wastewater, we are growing algae, we grow fish, and we do sanitation from the same wastewater of the machine, making sure that the circular economy is met, making sure that the social business is met in this setup. So from one side, the lower side takes care about social business and it's beyond technology. The upper side takes care about the circular economy. This is the way that in the water sector, we can prove that we can do a project that is meeting what are the challenges of climate change, and on the other side, what are the challenges of local people. These are some of the pictures of those projects in the remotest part of the planet, that now the challenge is not just in these remote villages, for instance, in Africa. We have the very same challenges now in South Europe, the same challenges that we have in East Africa now we have in Spain, we have in Italy, we have in Malta, we have in Greece. This is, for instance, one layout of what we call it beyond technology. Technology is in it, plus the extra services that you see, the solar panels here. Here is the drinking water delivery, irrigation water delivery, fish farm water delivery, and sanitation water delivery, all powered by renewable energy at zero emission out of such projects, reshuffling the economy, the entire economy of a village. That comes with another aspect of technology, remote monitoring. When we are talking about remote communities, there should be remote monitoring, telling the operators and helping the operators locally what is going on with the machine. And then look at this number. When this beyond technology plus technology hand in hand goes there, you see that one project offsets 300 tons of carbon per year of small projects. And then you can imagine how much this type of carbon credit can finance projects that help local communities develop. I stopped myself here. So the records of these projects now in 11 countries around the world are well visible. And I want to again highlight, technology is important. This is the way that we humankind developed our civilization. But challenging climate change is not just technology. It's a beyond technology that economic development, social business is a big player in that. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. It is true that we will have to reimagine and reconsider many processes if we want to change neutrality, carbon neutrality. So my colleague will give the word to the next speaker.
Следующее слово предоставляется Мартину Липперту, инженеру-программисту и послушнику. Следующее слово предоставляется Мартину Липперту, инженеру-программисту и послу устойчивого развития. Пожалуйста, господин Мартин.
Hello,
Hey, thanks for inviting me to this Nobel Fest. It's a pleasure to be here and share my thoughts about that. So I am a software engineer, so I love to write software. And I was asking myself a while back, what can I do to fight climate change? What is my impact that I can have as an individual software engineer on the world, writing software, and maybe even writing software for businesses, writing software for other software engineers in the world. And what is the impact that I can have? What is the impact of software on climate change? So I did research on that, and I tried to find things out. And usually what we do when we write software is software runs everywhere. And software powers everything in the world, more or less. And you touch software all the time. We touch software in the session. Millions of lines of software runs in your pocket, probably on your cell phone, and trillions of lines of code of software run in the data centers around the globe. So what's the impact? There are measurements about how much energy is being consumed by data centers on the globe, and that is significant. Data centers and the internet usage and the IT usage around the globe is playing, when you calculate that in carbon emissions, around in the same ballpark than the airline industry. So it's not a small portion. It's not something insignificant. It is something real, something really important. And if you look at the energy consumption of data centers, the estimate is that this will grow, right? More and more software runs, more and more IT stuff runs in data centers. And the estimate is that data centers will consume about maybe even up to 10% of the global energy production internally. So what can we do about that? And if you look into those data centers, and if you look into the software that we write inside of those data centers, we cannot just wait for data centers and for IT to be powered by renewable energy. There's not enough renewable energy now. And it will take a long time until we get to really running everything 100% of the time on renewable energy. But we don't have that time, right? We need to be faster on that. So we need to think about this problem from the other side as well, to say, what can we do in software? And what can I do as a software engineer to use less power, to use less energy, to waste less energy when I run my stuff on the cell phone and in the data center, wherever it runs. And it runs all across the globe. So what I think is important, if you look at that, is that as a software engineer, you can ask that question to yourself all the time, day in, day out. You can ask yourself, what can I do to write my software, to implement my software, to run my software in the data center using less energy, using less hardware, using less resources than before? And that is possible. It's usually not in the mindset of developers nowadays, because it feels like cloud resources, data centers, the resources are endless, right? I can just click a button and I get big new instances in the data center. I can have, let's add 5 more big instances just to make sure that my software runs just fine. But we should change this mindset. We should change this mindset and ask ourselves, what can we do to use less energy? And that can have a big impact. One research study, for example, shows that if you look at data centers around the globe, a lot of software that is deployed on data centers is not being used. Maybe around 1/3 of everything that is deployed onto a data center is not used. So it's just wasting energy all the time. Another third is used just in a very small fraction of the time. So it is wasting energy for 90% of the rest of the time in the data center. So we should think about those situations. And that is something that every software engineer in the world can do. And this is something that I would like to motivate every software engineer and every IT engineer on the globe to think about and to keep in mind, to shut down resources when they are not used, and to think about innovative ideas, how to build software so that they use less energy, less resources in the data center or on the physical machines that they need, because there is so many parts of this causing carbon emissions down the road, using energy down the road, and that could have a huge impact in achieving this goal of running everything on 100% green energy much, much faster. And maybe not by 2050, but maybe by 2030 or whatever, a lot faster. And we need to get there, I think. That is important. And that is where every software engineer can contribute to this. And even if it looks small, it is important, because in the end, if you scale software and you scale it to hundreds and thousands of instances, even these small portions that you think might not be super important, they are important in the end and down the road. So that's my message out to every software engineer in the world. Join that race to fight climate change, and think about your software and think about your contribution that you can make to use less energy, less resources when you write your software, to help everybody to achieve this, running everything and running the whole IT industry on a green path as fast as possible. And that's from my side. So thanks a lot for inviting me and for allowing me to share this message. Thanks.
Thanks so much for the motivation. I believe that this is incredibly important to look at different perspectives of things and try to save energy as much as possible. So we have a couple of questions from our online viewers. So the first one is that sometimes it's hard to justify the costs of investments in green approaches because it takes time and money to develop. So what is your advice? And it doesn't need to speak. For my enough to do that. I believe there was some problem with the sound. Shall I repeat the question?
Yes, please.
Yes, please.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you again to all the speakers. And we have a couple of questions from our online audience. And the first one is, our innovations are very costly, right? So when we develop new approaches, we have to allocate a lot of resources and money and time. How to make sure that the costs that we are putting are justified?
Probably I can just quickly start. When, sometimes is a kind of a myth of thinking that renewable energy compared to other technologies, they are just expensive for their capital investment, because and their apex and opex capital investment and also the running time, because when, at least in the water sector powered by renewables, when you do a simplest comparison, you see that the return of investment from offsetting diesel, offsetting the water transportation by tankers and other routines that is happening, it's sometimes even less than a year. Less than a year, you have the return of investment when the alternative is using diesel. I give you an example. We did one project for Mombasa Hospital, the biggest hospital at the coast of Kenya. The hospital was paying per month $30,000 for their electricity bill. $30,000, while the total cost of their water solution plus electricity was $180,000. So this is an extreme case. It's a hospital. So bring it to less extreme case. The return of investment is very obvious how would be, different. So I would say that if you compare apple to apple, and if you consider the apex and opex together, at this moment, especially solar energy would not be really the one that is more expensive. if you consider everything, the APEX and OPEX, operation and also the capital cost.
And I would be happy to add additional thoughts from the software perspective, because when I think about implementing software in a way that it uses less energy, it also means at the same time, when you, for example, run your software in your own data center or run that on a public cloud, it costs you less. So you immediately save money. And with the global development on energy production, it might be even the case that the energy will be maybe more expensive in the short term. So using less energy from that software perspective makes it even more competitive and puts you into a competitive advantage over other competitors, maybe using more energy. So people will always prefer your stuff if you use less energy and if you produce less carbon. And I also expect that people will take this into account in the future when they choose a product, and among all the industries. But from my perspective, if they choose a software, they will decide on, do I want the software that is producing less carbon and using less energy and I can run cheaper on my data center, or should I go to the more carbon intensive, more expensive, more energy consuming version? And I think if you develop the software that uses less, will have a big advantage over your competitors. And so I think it will definitely pay off even from that perspective.
And let's apply that same logic, Martin, from software to entire buildings, right? The same goes. Would you choose a building that is more energy efficient, reducing energy demand, as per your speech earlier, and that is optimized for using renewable energy and maybe is net zero ready as part of that transition? We're starting to see the expectations from consumers, from developers, from supply chain, from investors, from policymakers changing towards this direction. And actually, yes, there is a question of return on investment, but there's equally, and perhaps even more significantly, a risk of inaction if you choose to not take advantage of some of these opportunities and technologies. And so I would just implore you that if you have the opportunity to invest those time and resources into something that is going to provide a solution to that value chain to reduce their emissions, then it will always be worth that risk, because the demand is increasing exponentially. And my big call to action, I suppose, from today is that we need those front runners and those risk takers to help us unlock the cycle of how we are applying design approaches to our buildings and the way they are operated. We need those innovators and just disruptors and risk takers to show how it can be done alternatively, to help enable more mainstream action for more and for others to do it. So I ask all of you today to be a front runner, to sign a net zero commitment, to take action towards reducing emissions from your buildings, to start on that journey, even if it's starting with reducing energy consumption, because the lessons that we learn from those front runners are really important.
Thank you, Victoria. I really agree with you very much. And I would like to stress also the previous comments on how the optimization is key, even more than creating new sources. As you said, Ahmed or Martin, I mean, the idea of creating more virtuous and circular systems that plays a very important role. That's where I would put $1 today, because they guarantee a solution that is also short-term one, that uses already systems that are already in place now. Especially your system, Ahmed, shows how it uses resources that are already renewable and already existing now, is mixing the technology with circularity, and is creating a system that is solid and we can deploy now.
I would just like to add that all of the technologies that the other panelists have talked about will need to have finance, and that finance will help to drive those economies to a greater scale, and scale will lead to the costs falling dramatically, as we've seen already with, for example, solar power or wind power, and that the extent of the capacity of scaling up to drive costs down is enormous. And then also we have to look at the scale of the costs and the challenges that are avoided by adopting the technology that can help us to tackle the challenge of climate change, and those costs are also enormous. And so factoring those things together means that actually making the investments to adopt the technologies that can lead to a zero carbon future is really from a financial and economic and social point of view just the essential choice. But it's also the case that many nations around the world don't have the resources to do that by themselves, and that's where international financial institutions, multilateral development banks like the AIB can come in and play a role of helping to catalyze that investment to support the projects that are necessary and help to develop those projects. And so, we would look forward to playing a role in actually helping to adopt precisely the kind of technologies and getting them to the kind of scale that is necessary to really make an impact on reducing global emissions and making our world more energy efficient and achieving the zero carbon goals that have to be achieved over the next few years. Thank you.
Range. Oh, hello. Hi for everyone again. And actually we have to say goodbye because we're running out of time. In this amazing session, we really truly saw a lot of technologies. We hope to meet all of you again, maybe for a longer discussion because the idea that were expressed. So thank you again for all of us for joining us from all over the world. Goodbye.
Thank you very much. It was a pleasure.
Thank you.
Goodbye.
Давайте учимся. Сядьте, пожалуйста, на свои места. Мы сейчас ждем председателя правления.
The most advanced curriculum in the world, by far the best in the world.
For anyone curious about how the world is changing and how they can make a difference in it.
Hi, I'm Vivek Wadhwa. I've been teaching at some of the most incredible universities in the world, including Harvard, Stanford, Carnegie Mellon University, Singularity University, Emory University, and University of California at Berkeley.
My name is Tarun Wadhwa. I'm a visiting fellow with Emory University's Department of Political Science and a non-resident fellow with the Atlantic Council's Geotech Center.
What is exponential innovation? Well, you have a whole range of technologies advancing exponentially.
Дорогие студенты, спасибо. Hello. Дорогие студенты, спасибо, что остались. У нас такое важное объявление для вас. Но прежде я хотел буквально 5 минут вашего времени отнять и спросить у вас, кто из вас ездит на машине?
Hello?
Hello.
Hello. Now I can hear you. I'm Ben.
Hello.
Hello. Namaste.
Namaste. Can you hear me?
Okay. So,
I'm
Rajendra from Nepal. That's very nice. I am Bernd Hallier from Germany.
And I'm Helena Norberg-Hodge, originally from Sweden, but now in Australia.
Oh, okay. Yes. So there is still one person missing. Yes.
Yes, it's me, Chibi here from Singapore.
Yes.
Oh,
okay.
hello. So,
You are mute, Bernd. Can you hear me? Yeah. Yes, now you can hear me?
yes, I can hear you.
Okay. Okay.
Зеленая энергия, да? Переход зеленой энергии. Дальше. 3. Смотрите, это вот всех вас касается, но как-то, может быть, думаете, что это не всех касается, но на самом деле это 5 технологических изменений, которые влияют на мир. Это первое, это генная медицина, которая сегодня говорит о том, что можно с ДНК болезни людей выводить и уже таким образом лечить людей. Это первое. Второе, это хранение энергии.
Hello? Can Helena start?
Больше ускоряется. Вы знаете, что Германия говорит, мы через 2 года
вообще не
понимаете, есть рынок энергетики, на котором базировалась и базируется экономика Казахстана, экономика стран-экспортеров, она может просто остаться в недрах и закончится не потому, что нефть закончится, а потому что она станет нужна. Это второе. Третье – это искусственный интеллект.
We still have some Russian sound in the back, I don't know.
Реализация масштабная. И пятое – это у нас переход вообще уже полностью в роботизацию. И вот такое было в мире только один раз. Это в начале 20 века, когда начали появляться автомобили. Это первое технологическое изменение было. Второе технологическое изменение – это конвейерное производство. И третье – это электричество. И эти все 3 технологии переплелись. И вы видите, конвейер, мы полностью живем в мире производства. Когда не делается штучный товар, делается масштабное производство. Автомобили используют электричество, и мы по всей жизни своей используем электричество. То есть самые эти 5 технологий переплетаются: роботизация, цифровизация, искусственный интеллект сегодня уже все в автомобилях Tesla. И это вот такие ключевые изменения сегодня, они изучаются очень активно во всем мире. И мы хотим сказать, что и поблагодарить казахстанский агротехнический университет, что они предоставили нам такую возможность, чтобы этот университет стал первым университетом, кому мы бы подарили курсы Гарварда на тему экспоненциальной инновации. И университет имени Сейфуллина станет первым не только в Казахстане, но и в Центральной Азии, в СНГ, где будет курс от профессора Гарварда, одного из 40 инноваторов мира, который будет рассказывать вам о том, как будет меняться мир технологий. И 50 студентов нашего университета получат дополнительный этот курс. И вот, кажется, мы здесь сидели, я разговаривал со студентами, вот, если студент ваш Адил, встань, пожалуйста. И вот, когда я Адилю сказал, что Адиль, вот, у тебя будет возможность пройти курс, вот такой, он сразу пришел и просто в коридоре его увидел, он пришел и сразу сделать, что он может получить сертификат на окончание от профессора Гарибова. И то, что потом, когда он будет на работу трудоустраиваться, и любая компания увидит, что у него есть сертификат курса Гарибова. И это вот сразу работодатель будет на это смотреть. И мы, конечно, хотим вам получить сертификат для ваших 50 студентов,
Hürmetli testler, hürmetli studentler, mine hazır bu saptanışında Nobel festivalin osmari konfesiyonel olarak bizler konuşup başlamamız. Şimdi hazır mine bir tanışlık keniş daha dilese abla olsun olanı. Sonra ki ben karar verip bize o şukalar var. Bir de o hoşluk hazırlığı yaptık. Böyle ama bizler olsun prasмотрим, yani onu karar verip boyunca onun ne programı biz bir de közümüz bir hoşluk yani olsa industri olsa Sarkesova üniversitede bir Avrupa'da alıp bir yıl studentler olsa olsa da biz onun gibi ardımız olan konkurslarımız ama bir bakış var sonrasında tekilmemiz bizimle ben başlarımız olsa vardı iyi student olsa sekreter gibi olacak. Onun bu değerli bu yani nasıl sekreter olsa İngilizce proje falan paylaşıyorsunuz. Umuyorum ya. Sürekli olsa bayağı da dikkatli bir yere bir sorun yok. Ama İngilizce orada bir şey var. Sonra ender olsa ki satırda biz oluşumuz başlayız. Oşa bir alaşağı bir alaşağı onun dolayısıyla onu bildiğim araştırmamız. Olsun dediğimiz konkurjelerimiz sonuçta bir havuzda götürüyoruz. Ona sertifikat veririz. Ender onu yıllar geçeceğiz. Mastarasımızda sürekli programı olsa olacak. Daha makineli Maksat yapıyorlar. Tabii yaklaşım bir sivatımız. Onun yanında bir festivalin ödülü var. Olsa ilişkiler olmadı. Olsa studentler Upreti bugün Bosna'da alim boyunca bir kobayla üniversiteler almadan da sertifikatı Kazakistan boyunca eserleri var. Bayağı bir almadan üniversiteler bir şahılatımız. Onun da paylaşsa da bir hazır olsa spasnaytımız kama onun usta konkursta onlar olsa atada olanlar direkt modu ya. Kesin bir kanda kriteri var. Kanda kriteri mi bilmiyorsunuz? Aslında korku rahmet sizlerge olsanlar bir şey sayın say. Devam ederiz. Evet.
My name is Helena Norberg-Hodge. My name is Helena Norberg-Hodge. I'm originally from Sweden, but I'm English and German as well. And now I'm living in Australia. I'm the director of Local Futures, and I'm very glad to have this opportunity to talk about the agricultural revolution that is urgently needed. I want to reference the study, the International Assessment of Agricultural Science and Technology for Development, YASTAD. This was a 3-year research project involving about 53 governments, some 400 experts, and originally the title said Science and Technology for Development. But in the process of the study, they realized that there were many farmers around the world who were not officially scientific, but they had profound, valuable knowledge that we need to respect. And when the results of the study came out, it said very clearly to the world, we must make a big U-turn in this path of agricultural development. The study was squashed. People did not get to hear about it. The US, England, other Anglo countries refused to ratify the report. But the head of the study said, if we want to survive, we must heed the results of this study. I've had a lot of experience in numerous countries at the grassroots around the world. And I want to make a very big plea for us to understand that scientific knowledge has developed in a very dangerous direction, particularly in the last 30 years, because what's been happening is that larger and larger corporations and banks have been able to operate at the global level without any regulations and without oversight. So we've ended up seeing academia funded more and more by for-profit corporations. And this is not about bad people, it's not about evil corporations, but it is about the pollution of honest research for honest results. It is about the way that the media and academia and science has now been more and more shaped by for-profit institutions. In this journey of allowing for-profit to dominate and actually polluting the search for honest knowledge and how we can best feed the global population of almost 8 billion people, we are now in a very dangerous situation where the message is that in order to feed people, we need more technology, we need more chemicals, we need robots to help us, we need drones to monitor carbon linked to satellites. All of these technologies use a lot of energy, a lot of scarce minerals. In the meanwhile, we have 8 billion people who are essentially being herded into bigger and bigger cities. Small farmers all around the world are being pressured to abandon agriculture, to abandon the deep local knowledge that in many cases was passed down over thousands of years about specific ecosystems, the rich diversity of this planet, and the understanding that diversity is a fundamental principle of life. We need to realize that we need to shift away from monoculture for export to diversification for local, regional, and national needs as a priority. And of course, trade where it makes sense. This is not about eliminating trade, but it is about urgently recognizing that more people on the land, particularly in the industrialized parts of the world, but also people on the land in the so-called undeveloped parts of the world, are actually the best way of ensuring that we will have a deep respect for diversity. You take any 2 bits of land anywhere in the world, from the Tibetan plateau, where I have worked for 45 years, to the Sahara Desert, to the fertile lands in Georgia in the US, any 2 bits of land, and you do monoculture on one, diversified production on the other, you will always be able to produce much more with diversified production. For most of our history, human beings had a mixed farming system. They knew that they needed a variety of products to feed themselves. It was only after the rise of slavery and colonialism that people were herded onto monocultures to produce for the traders, to produce for somewhere else. Diversity, including animals as part of the cycle, grains, vegetables, trees, agroecological production, agroforestry, permaculture, this mixed farming can produce much more food and fiber and building materials per unit of land, per unit of water. We must wake up to the fact that the real economy is the land, is the water, is the earthworms. We have to move away from the shrouds of assumptions about economic growth, about productivity as measured according to dollars. We are wanting an honest comparison, diversified production versus monoculture. Everywhere in the world, with diversity, you can produce more. And you can do it so that you're not afraid of one drought or one hailstorm or one flood, because with diversity, you also have security. But the biggest message is diversified production is needed to increase the productivity of the land. Not only does the diversity increase productivity, it increases the potential for meaningful work. Standing in a monoculture, a bigger and bigger monoculture, is the history that leads us to believe that machinery replacing people is a good thing. Of course, if you're a slave or a migrant worker on a giant monoculture of cotton or what peanuts, whatever it might be, much better to replace people with machinery. What is wonderful is that in the industrialized world in particular, but even out of the cities of Mumbai, of Beijing even, there are now young people who are wanting to leave their jobs in front of a screen to actually get their hands in the dirt and farm. It's a micro trend, and it's a trend that is not increasing as rapidly as it could if we could have a little bit of policy help. Because many people are discovering the joy of diversified farming, small-scale farming, linked to the consumers. So where you have localized food economies, people selling in farmers' markets, through community-supported agriculture, through local shops. And the farmers have the joy of seeing the benefit to consumers. And where consumers are able sometimes to come out and help on the farm, we're seeing a healing of ecosystems and people. We evolved for tens of thousands of years, closely connected to the land, connected to the sources of our food. It's in our DNA. And that's why we can see around the world an awakening to the need to connect to nature and the joy of small-scale farming. At the moment, governments are locked into policies to use taxes, subsidies, and regulations to support global trade and global corporations. We are subsidizing the billionaires of this world while punishing the majority of humanity. And this goes across the board. We urgently need this coming together of honest science and local knowledge to finally turn towards diversity, respect for the undeniable truth that the living world is and requires diversity. This needs to include a true respect for cultural and racial diversity, for the richness of languages around the world, the richness of traditions. We don't want the Coca-Cola advert of multiculturalism with refugees crowded in a city and now looking as though they enjoy the Coca-Cola consumer lifestyle. We need to understand that real diversity, biological and cultural, is essential for greater productivity, greater health of people and ecosystems. I'm afraid that what I'm saying is not heard in the media generally. It's not heard in academia. But I'm happy to tell you that everywhere around the world where we are engaged, in my organization, in Local Futures, we find that people are ready for this message. I'm praying that the institutions of power, and particularly Nobel laureates, people who are representing the United Nations, representing nation states, will listen and reflect and judge according to their own experience, question the dominant path, and please help us to regenerate genuine prosperity for the majority of people, always linked to the prosperity and health of ecosystems. We are one and the same. We cannot have human well-being without ecological well-being. Thank you very much.
You're mute, Brendan.
Bernd, you are muted. Bernd, you are muted. We can't hear you. You have to unmute. Bernd, you have to unmute. You have to push the button in the left corner.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
No. Yes. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I only wanted to say we want to keep in mind for discussions and later dialogue, perhaps beyond this conference, two keywords. That is a mixed, diversified farming, and we would keep in mind small, locally production is beautiful. Small is beautiful. Yes, those two keywords we keep in mind for further discussion. Thank you, Alan. And we go on now with the Center Director, Aqua. Yes, okay, thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody. So I would like to share my slides. Can you see my slide properly? Okay, so what I'm going to do here is the share with you the story that Singapore is doing right now regarding the food security. Singapore is a very small country, very vulnerable to the external environment. And as a result, food security always at the back of our mind, and it's actually reinforced after the COVID. Now, for us, we actually gone through multiple stories. The first was the energy story. We settled that. And next was the water story. Moving forward is the food story. And the reason we use the word story and not the strategy is because this is supposed to be for everybody in the country. If we say the strategy, then somehow the citizen will say, okay, this is policymakers, is the problem, nothing to do with us. But if it's a story, then which means all citizens must be involved, all hands on deck, addressing the thing that a country is facing. So for the strategy we have here is we set 30 by 30 target. That is, we try to achieve 30% of our nutritional needs by 2030. It's a very stretched target because at this moment, Singapore only produces 10% of our food. So we need to achieve 30% of our foods by 2030. Now we have three strategies, or we call it three baskets. The first basket is actually diversify the import sources. So we buy foods as far as South America into Singapore. And the second strategy is we need to try to grow local, because at first we thought maybe we don't need to do that. It's such a small little country. But from COVID's experience, we find that yes, we need to have that because logistic disruption is real and it's very painful. And the third one is to grow overseas. That is since we don't have much land, whatever we do, we have to grow outside Singapore. So that was the reason why we have three bucket strategy. Now, moving forward, just to share with you how small is Singapore, So look at the surface area we have. It's only 700 kilometers square. It's very, very tiny country. And we not even have the sea surface as well. Look at the water space that we have is sharing between Malaysia and Indonesia. So we don't have much. So every space in Singapore is competing. So compete with different industry. So for the sea surface, talk about the shipping line, all these things. And the land we actually reserve for agriculture is less than 1% of the total surface area that we have. So on your left, you see the tables of the total farm we have is actually pathetic, very little. And we can't blame that because Singapore all along thought, for small little country, we should maximize our land for the higher economic activities. So farming somehow wasn't paying much attention. It's only for past 5 to 10 years, the focus shifted after we addressed energy, we addressed the water, we are moving towards the food. Now, what are the challenges we have? So for me, I will focus on aquaculture because we look at the protein production system, and the land animals we know they produce more carbon footprints than the sea animal. As a result, we choose aquatic animals as a protein source for Singapore compared to the land animal. Now, the challenges, of course, we know for small country is always a land and sea space, that we don't have. And manpower as well, because the industry always shortage of manpower, talented especially. Even in the institution of higher learning, we just don't have enough people to teach. It's just so scarce in terms of the manpower or talents that the country is looking for. Then, of course, the third factor is to talk about the environmental conditions that we are facing that is really, really challenging for us to have a so-called proper aquaculture system to support our food. Now, for us, we need to really help the farms. Okay, so local farms, no matter how small they are, how little space they are, they have to adopt technologies and they have to overcome all the challenges and to be highly more productive so that they can sustain the business and provide food for the nations. Now, when we look into this whole strategy, we ask ourselves, what is our advantage? We are such a small country. What is our advantage? In fact, when we drill down to the details, our advantage is actually the small size. This is something we cannot deny that we are small. It's a challenge, right? It's a disadvantage, but we turn it around into advantage because we're small. So that is our advantage. Why is that so? Because of the small size, everything we do is based on necessity. So it's driven by necessity. We don't driven by because we have this, so we develop this, right? Like most business school teachers, you have to focus on your strength. That's how we compete. Now, for a small country like us, we don't have anything to compete. Resources is really, really limited. So we look into that. Can we turn that into our advantage? So because of that thinking, all the problem we try to solve, all the solution we try to create is actually based on the necessity. Now, because of that, we become ahead of the curve. Why am I saying so? We can see that in the future, the meat production system or any food production system should be adjacent to the major city, because of the logistic cost of the food wastage and also the worker you have, the workforce actually in the city. And then if you are far away from the city, you just don't have the manpower to support the farming activities. So you want the workers and you have to be close to the city. Now, the moment you are close to the city, what happens is your land cost goes up, your water cost goes up, your labor cost goes up. So it's just like what Singapore is facing right now, that everything is expensive. So we see what is going to happen. There's a trend that's when the food production system start getting closer to the major city where the consumers are, right? And their cost of production will go up. And as a result, whatever Singapore is developing today, most probably can be exported to the country, in the near future. And in addition to what we have is Singapore's connectivity because it's a hub. We are financial hubs, transport hubs, So it's a connectivity that is our position. And not to mention the market for aquaculture actually in Asia. So 90% of the food aquaculture produced actually are sold in Asia. And of course, we can convert that to mesh economy. So that's the whole position of what we are doing right now in Singapore, writing of the small size, develop technologies that allow us to overcome the shortage of manpower, lands, and water. So this is what we've started with the journey, and we are looking at all the space that we can find. So any space that we can find, we use it for food productions, and of course, they are space. So yeah, rooftops, they're on top of the car park area, underground, the MRT, the train stations. So all the possible open space are now actively utilized, without wasting it. Now, of course, that is not enough. This is basically low-hanging fruits. Make use of what we have. The ninth is integrate the farming. Like what Helena talked about, it has to be sustainable. It has, economical and must be friendly to the environment. So this is what we are talking about, an integrated approach for the farmings and put all together. We have vegetables, we have fish, we are using the sun as energy. Now we even go into the heat as energy. So we're heat energy, solar energy. Now the water comes from the rainfalls. So it's a whole thing ecosystem that we can try to build so that we can have a really truly an integrated farming system for a small country like Singapore. Now, moving forwards, we even look into the townships. Townships that is completely put them together. That way, we create jobs, and they have R&D, we have training centers. So it's a whole industry, and this industry is become like a manufacturing industry. That is, you put in the components, eventually you have to produce coming out. Now, we need a lot of components to produce the food, right? So as a result, a lot of technologies players coming to Singapore. They are playing very actively to make sure that the productions of the foods for human consumption is safe, yeah, and good, and not to destroy the environment. So the ultimate business model that we have is actually public-private community partnerships. That's very important for us. If you look at it, that for us, we need funding like anything else. Funding is very important. So we need the Ministry of Trade and Industry to support. Yeah, so because that is their KPI, so they have the support. And in Singapore, we have MTI, and then we have an agency under MTI that is Enterprise Singapore supporting the SME. So farms are considered SME. Not for the publics, we look at public as a talent. So we look at the public as a talent, and we have all the university. They have all the talents there. So I say, why not everybody come and contribute to solve the food security for the country? So that's how we get everybody in a collaborative manner. Yeah. Now, when we talk about private, why are we referring to private? Private actually talk about the private companies, not the one that receiving the benefit is actually providing the technologies, because there are so many private companies. They have a lot of mature technologies, and they can share, and they can contribute to the food productions. So as a result, now we're looking at the companies or coming from EU's, Japan and Israel, because Japan and Israel, they actually have a lot of beautiful technologies, especially in Israel. They have a lot of the so-called in terms of water tax. Yeah, they can produce the food with a minimum amount of water. So they have beautiful technologies. Now say, can those technology be translated to aquaculture to support small country like Singapore, where we do have a land and we have to maximize everything that we have? Now, once we have our investor putting in funding, we have the public coming with the talents and all the resources, and the private sector coming with the technologies and know-how. Now, somebody must benefit from it. So that's why we look into the community. So community will be the one really benefiting from it. So of course, Singapore, our community will be the farming community, but we look into ASEAN, because ASEAN, our neighboring countries, they need support. They need technologies, they need help so that they can produce food for themselves. And we also have a lot of projects with Indian governments. And of course, we go as far as Oman, because Oman is a friend of Singapore. So we do a lot of projects for Oman because of the unique environment that they have. And they are looking into the situation that we are facing in Singapore and see how can our technologies can deploy to a country where water is a problem, okay? Talent is a shortage, yeah? Even though they have a lot of land, but the land cannot be used because it's just too hot. And of course, we also tap into the ADB, very important because of the country, member countries, that through the network, that all the technologies we develop, we can, through the ADB, into the countries and supporting the farming community. So this is how we do that. And this whole thing is driving by the AIC, Aquaculture Innovation Center. So that is our mandate, that we drive the technology, okay, from the contributor all the way to the recipient, and the recipient no need to be in Singapore, can be anywhere in the world, and whoever needs the technologies to produce food for our own citizen, we are more than happy to share and export the talent and IP to those countries. So with that, thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much to Singapore. You have something in common with the next speaker from Nepal. I visited your country at Nepal first time in 1974. But while in Nepal, I only stayed once. I have been in Singapore about 20 times, because Singapore we used also as a gate to Asia, especially as China was closed. You know, all my travels came via Singapore. And I always said also to my people, adjust first a little bit in Singapore, because you find a lot of habits where Europeans can also live, and then we can dig in deeper in Asia. So you have also such cultural bridge. And I have to say, I enjoyed always the beach from the airport, there downtown with the restaurants, and was eating many aqua food there. So
thank you.
Thank you for this. And we are going to Nepal. I remember I was going there then in '74 with Royal Nepal Airlines. And there was a beautiful girl on board who served me there. And I was in the Tibetan refugee camp at that time. And I bought something there also, and I have it still here in my living room as a memory for Nepal. So please tell us, what is the agriculture point of view of Nepal? What are your demands?
Yeah, thank you very much. Namaste. My slide is visible. Okay.
Yes.
Yes.
Now I'm going to talk about the agriculture revolution, how it feeds to the world, and this is a overview of the Nepal. We have a lot of diversity. Our low altitude starts from the 70 meter and go up to the Everest, highest peak of the world. And actually, I'm Rajendra Upreti. I did my PhD from bargaining in Netherlands, and I'm working in the agriculture ministry and lead food security and agribusiness promotion in eastern part. And this is an overview of country. And I want to focus here more on the farmer-centric agriculture intensification, which is more sustainable and more doable. If we see the map, there is a farmer community at the core, and the input provider, training provider, agri-retailer, finance, everyone is around it. And intensification process is only sustainable if we look genetic possibility, agroecological conservation, and socio-economic sustainability. Without socio-economic sustainability, our agriculture will not sustainable, because most of the workers are the small farmers and live in the rural area. So we need to think about the socio-economic sustainability of the farmers, and all sustainability outcomes are use less water, less input, less greenhouse gas emissions, and increase natural capitals, and strengthen the resilient, and the reduce the water and air pollution are main objective. We need to think, then only we can create the sustainable intensification which can feed our world populations. Most of the time what happened, we want to impose the top-down approach, and whatever we learn in the academia and the research institution, we want to send to the farmers. But in reality, and learning and local innovation, formal learning, non-formal learning, and informal learning need to work together. Each wheels revolve the others, and you see, the largest wheels of the innovation and learning is the informal learning, which is generate only if we go together, if we sit together. I mean the participatory innovation and participatory learning is the main things if we want to generate or innovate sustainable intensification which can feed the world. And this can be achieved by the participatory learning, because you know, most of the time farmers have a very good information of their nature, of their farm, of their soil, of their water, everything. If we work together, then only we can generate location-specific or context-specific innovation, which is more doable and more productive. What happened most of the time, like in Nepal, I spent more than 30 years with the farmers. Many times, very good technology will not work, especially in the developing world. Their agroecological and socio-economic diversity is very high. So silver bullet type technology innovations or the copy-paste type innovation is not work. We need to innovate. We need to focus on the local situation, agroecological and socio-economic, because there is a lot of possibility with existing seed, existing variety, and existing resources. we can produce more if we manage these all things efficiently. And we need to think, always think about the small farmers who give more than they get from the nature. So these are the backbone of the sustainability, and sustainability of the soil fertility, sustainability of the water purification and air quality and everything. Small farmers contribute a lot because they utilize their resources very efficiently, and especially in the developing country and resource poor situations, those small farmers are the key players of our sustainability, and they are contributing more than 70% of the food to our world. And with more the indigenous knowledge and traditional technology package, we need to integrate the database and the research-based modern technology and then modern tools and technique, because we need to reduce cost, we need to produce, increase production, and we need to manage everything very efficiently, database management and research-based management. So integration is always important to sustain our system and to save our system and to make it more productive. If we manage these all things properly, agriculture more productive, it will more productive, more sustainable and more profitable. So it sustains the rural livelihood, and it gives the a lot of opportunity to feed the world. We must always be curious and be hopeful and be creative. Then only agriculture revolution, world revolution help to feed the world. There is a lot of possibility within the very small area. And I want to add, small is always beautiful, like my Singapore friends already told. If we concentrate in a small place or the small possibility, we can generate a lot of things. Thank you.
Thank you very much to Nepal. And it's interesting to hear also that you have been studying at Wageningen, the Netherlands. I enjoy always the cooperation with Wageningen. And so there's also scarcity of land, yes, as you know, and the Dutch try to enlarge and so, but to have such different systems and countries like Netherlands, Nepal, it comes also to our mind that the situation can never be generalized. We always have to focus on the local, the traditional things. I think that is also where you agree with Helena, that the local training, the vocational training is of very big importance for the agri-business, isn't it? Yes, so we keep in mind from your lecture, local vocational training, not just big theory, but local culture. Yes. Okay, thank you. Then we would like to hear about Stuart. Stuart, are you here?
Hi, everyone. Can everyone hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Hi,
Stuart.
fantastic. And can everyone see my presentation?
Yes, we can see it. Where are you coming from, Stuart?
I'm dialing in from Beijing and very excited to be here. Thank you so much for having me. Yes. And I'd love to, without kind of repeating what you know the other speakers have already articulated very, very well, I'd like to talk a little bit more about kind of how technology is being applied, particularly in emerging market countries where we are targeting, and how kind of the next generation of food producers, how they might be interacting with technology that's being developed today to help localize food production, to help make it more productive, to make it more efficient, consistent, and eventually more resilient. And the one thing that I'll just kind of say at the very beginning is that COVID, you know, really kind of shone a light in terms of the fragility of our agricultural supply chain. And kind of prior to COVID, a lot of the interest was on consumer convenience. How fast can I receive a delivery of food? But really with COVID and the onset of COVID, and the disruption in the supply chain, one of the things that we've realized is that there's been this renewed focus on supply chain resilience. How can we create more resilience in communities rather than how can we get food delivered to somebody faster? So with that, thank you again for having me. I'm the founder of Aleska Life, and what we do is we offer companies and as well as eventually soon consumers what we call farming as a service. And what we mean by this is that we develop turnkey vertical farms for customers that can in the most effective and profitable way, localize food production for their communities, for example, in Singapore. And we also offer what we call precision agricultural solutions. So this is farm management software, as well as IoT devices to make food production, to really maximize the farm productivity and efficiency in more traditional fields and greenhouses and fields. The vision of our company is very ambitious. The goal really is to democratize access to fresh and nutritious food by democratizing the means and the knowledge of production. And so we define this by making it possible for anyone, anywhere to be able to grow food with commercial competence. I'll be very, very brief on this slide, but the agricultural supply chain, and again, kind of COVID really shone a light on this, but is incredibly long, incredibly complex, and super inefficient. So localizing food production closer to consumers is one of the best ways that we can reduce waste, we can reduce carbon emissions, we can reduce food safety issues, and we can really create more community resilience. And this is kind of where our technology and where our company's focus really lies. And the demand and the opportunity is massive. On the supply side, a lot of talk is happening about urbanization. So people are moving to cities. And if you really kind of double click into where these people are coming from, in a place like China, for example, up to 40% of those people are directly related to food production. So as 200 or 250 million people move into the cities, up to 100 million farmers will be leaving the fields. And on the urbanization side of things, really kind of the education, the affluence, and the sophistication of the consumer, they are demanding higher quality products. They're demanding more sustainably grown, locally produced, environmentally friendly products, and across all of the consumption that's happening. And this is definitely true with food. And so there's this huge opportunity to be able to supply the highest quality, locally produced, sustainably grown fresh produce to consumers. And so there's not only kind of an urgency from an environmental and social perspective, but also there's a huge opportunity for companies that can really fulfill this demand. And we're trying to accomplish this in multiple ways, but one of the ways, and this kind of goes back to our vision statement of the means of production, but one of the ways that we're trying to do this is by localizing food production in a way that is completely independent of climate and land. So we develop turnkey vertical farms, as I said, and this can take the form of any of the things that you see on this page. So we've converted an unused parking structure in central Beijing into an indoor farm. We've converted a shipping container, an unutilized, essentially a secondhand shipping container, into an indoor farm. We've converted office buildings and cafes and restaurants and hotels, idle space that's not really being used, into indoor farms. And what we found is that we did an environmental impact study with our customers, and we found that we can reduce the carbon emissions per kilogram of fresh produce by up to 24% by replacing imports with local production. So what we're really excited about is that not only is the fresh produce grown in this way is becoming more and more commercially viable and profitable, but we're becoming much, much more competitive from an environmental perspective as well. And the technology that's really enabling this is kind of the things that you see here. But we really have to be able to recreate the sun with our LEDs, which is not a small feat. We also have to embed incredibly sophisticated and precise automation. We have to be able to understand the plant's health in a very direct way. And then we have to be able to manage the chaos using software. And our goal here isn't to just build the technology, but to build technology that is two things. First and foremost, it must be affordable. So our goal is that our products and our capabilities will be 100 times lower cost than the current industry standard. And we're about halfway there. We're about 50 times cheaper than our competitors. And this is really, in an effort to not only make our technology available to those that can afford it, but to really make it available to anybody. And the goal is to make it cheaper than your average smartphone. Is in these emerging market countries is our goal. With our sophisticated AI camera or our monitoring system or our automation system, regardless of the product, our goal is to make it affordable in all the markets that we're covering. And our goal with the software is actually to offer it for free. So there is no financial barrier for access to our products. And just to kind of give you one example of when all these things are coming, you know, to dive into, one of the things that had been brought up earlier about the industry is related to labor. And in many of these places, quite a bit of specialized labor is required and quite a bit of training is required. And many of the organizations that we've spoken to will take up to 2 years to train a farmer up to a certain level of competence. And what we're trying to do is trying to take that 2 years and in the most ambitious case, try to make it 2 weeks. Or in the longest case, 2 months. And we're trying to accomplish that by taking a lot of the complexity out of how food is being produced and how farmers can be successful. And we're using technology to aid the farmer and to really make them superhuman, to be able to have, in this case, X-ray vision, to be able to understand the plant's health at a photosynthetic level. And these products exist around the world. And the problem is that they're too expensive. The most expensive version of this technology will cost $500,000. The cheapest one that we've been able to find is about $15,000. And our goal is to make this available to customers for under $300 or under $200. And what we can do by being able to create these kinds of imagery is to be able to train people even in places that may have low literacy rates. We can just train people in saying red is good, blue is bad. And we can really simplify that training process to make, essentially to be able to make anybody with any background a food producer. In fact, our latest hire was an individual that was a cleaning lady in the building adjacent to our office. She has a high school education, and she grew an incredibly complex flower inside of our indoor farm within 2 months. And you know, our goal is to be able to make food production as simple as driving a car. And in order to make this happen, we want to aid these farmers with the right tools. And of course, because we're able to control so many aspects of production, you know, not only are we able to supply food 365 days a year, but we're able to do this in a way that is significantly less environmentally impacting. So not only are we able to localize food production, we can use less of everything. We can grow food that is catered specifically to the local culture and the social aspects of these communities, and we get to be really embedded directly into the lives of the residents, which is very, very exciting for us. You know, and a lot of the kind of knock on indoor farming is the fact that you're growing a very small variety of fresh produce. We currently grow over 100 different varieties that range from simple microgreens that will take 10 days to grow, all the way up to vine vegetables and fruits that some of them have been in our facility for about 16 months at this point. And so what's really exciting is that indoor farming is an opportunity to grow a huge variety of fresh produce, but also to be able to grow high quality saplings that can be put into greenhouses and field farms in a way that is not only local and fresh and profitable, but also in a way that is less carbon intense. And we've also been able to find ways where we're localizing endemic species. We're doing research into taking endangered plant species and also nutraceuticals, so plant species that have known health benefits, and trying to propagate these plants so that it becomes lower cost and more easy to afford for local communities. And you know, what's really exciting is that this variety is really only expanding. The affordability is only expanding.
Okay.
And to really kind of
thank you, Stuart. I got the sign from the organizers that I have to close the session.
Sure.
And but I want to say also some key words about your lecture, because I am coming from the retailing side. I am with the big players there on retail, and I can say that we just have worldwide big stores who test technologies like you just showed us. It will be a competition of the right price then and the efficiency and so on. But I have to say, yes, you together with our Singapore friend, you are the one category of the technology-driven farming, which will be one of the futures in agribusiness. While on the other hand, we have the situation like in Nepal, or how Alan was describing it, to revitalize traditional farming. That is also surely a big agenda. So we have a certain clash of future of two systems, the more science, technology-oriented ones, and those ones who are on the ground soil of the farmers, also trying to help the farming, the traditions as a culture. So the topic would be farming as a culture. Yes, so that would be the point. While indeed in your system with the intelligence, you don't need farmers in the so-called traditional way no longer, because those are other people who are doing farming. The farming is no longer linked to a farmer, traditional farmer, but to new jobs. So also universities and vocational training have the job of transforming new jobs in this total supply chain business. Yes, it will be a different kind of total supply chain. Things are changed.
Yeah, can I also say something about that?
Yes,
Do we have time? Do I have time?
I don't know. I give you the time, and I just would say, okay, if the organizers shut us down, I say already now, thank you, but please, Helen, try to make your point.
Yeah, I mean, my point is that I think we really now need to recognize that these two paths are in the opposite direction, and that we don't know enough about the long-term consequences of food that is grown indoors. Yes. I want to warn people about embracing a way forward that has not been tested and tried. Whereas what Rajendra and I are talking about are ways of farming that have been around for tens of thousands of years. We're also talking about the existence of hundreds of millions of farmers, well, actually about 1 billion, and pushing them into AI-dominated cities to be trained in a few weeks. I would question whether this is a wise choice to be supported by our government. I'm absolutely happy to see experimentation and trial and error with indoor farming, but let's be very careful that we don't contribute to overall policies that encourage urbanization as some kind of inevitability. The reason people are pouring into the cities is because the overall economic policies are making it very difficult for them to survive in regional areas. If we link their production up to the smaller cities where the farmers are, I believe that we can create systems that are far more sustainable, that have been tested and tried, and where technology can be adapted to the needs of more human scale, more human-paced ways of doing things, genuinely adapted to diversity, genuinely to local circumstances. So I think it's a very important distinction now. Do we rush into an AI-dominated agriculture and AI-dominated cities, which use a lot of minerals, energy, resources to produce the technologies? And in the meanwhile, there's a competition on Mars and in the deep seabed to fight over minerals. Or can we see that there's another way forward where we allow the strengthening of local economies worldwide, where we allow many more businesses to flourish, not just a few global corporations, but literally hundreds of millions of businesses, and where we allow national governments to have a say, democratically determined say over what kind of future we want. Can we have a discussion in the media? Can we have honest discussion in academia about this choice after COVID? AI-dominated agriculture, AI-dominated cities versus pausing a little bit there and allowing the strengthening of local economies, hundreds of millions of businesses, hundreds of millions of farmers, hundreds of millions of cities instead of a few mega cities. That's my plea. Small is beautiful.
Can I just say one thing? I think one of the challenges in this urbanization trend, part of it is there is a portion of it that maybe not all 200 million people are going to move to cities in China, but there is a portion that is inevitable. There's more economic opportunity. And like you said, if there's more investment in these rural communities, maybe more people will stay. But in terms of kind of, it's right now, our perspective is every tool in the tool shed should be used. So in some situations, GMOs might be the solution. And in some cases, AI is the solution. But right now, given the challenge that's ahead of us, where we have to make, in the next 30 years, we have to grow more food than the last 10,000 years combined. So just given the sheer scale of the challenge that's ahead of us, from our perspective, our goal isn't to replace the field, and the goal isn't to replace people in the fields. The goal really is, let's add another tool to our kit. And so right now, carbon sequestration is just the same. We've gotten to a point where just reducing emissions is not enough. We have to actively take carbon out of the atmosphere in order to reach our targets. And with food production, it's getting to that point as well, where the amount of the supply issues that exist with arable land being degraded, the number of farmers leaving the fields is requiring us to make the remaining people in the fields, we have to make them superhuman. And right now, the traditional tools that exist in many of these fast-growing economies, these emerging market countries, isn't enough to cope with just the sheer scale of the population increasing, and also the challenges that are ahead. And so from our perspective, it isn't kind of we don't think of things in a zero-sum game. It's not one group's win is another group's loss. And so I think this idea.
Yeah, but you have to look at the fact that government policies right now are using taxes, subsidies, and regulations to favor the global, to favor the mega cities, to favor AI. And it's why the gap between rich and poor is widening astronomically in every country, because we are actually in a game where we are funding the very rich and punishing the majority of humanity. We're in a game that by enriching the few and fewer corporations and pushing people into mega cities is destructive for the majority of humanity and the planet. So I plead for a bigger picture where we look honestly at where the money is going, the money in the financial casino. What is it funding? Why are there more economic opportunities in the cities? Because the financial casino is favoring that. And it's favoring that because it extracts wealth for fewer corporations, fewer people. And that is linked to the extinction of species as we speak, the extinction of languages. And I think particularly coming from the non-Western world, we need to question why every child now has to feel inferior if they don't speak English. We need to have a vision of the future where we understand a multipolar world with a multitude of languages is linked to a world where we allow genuinely diversity to flourish. But I can understand that when you have a view that believes so many people to feed, we must have genetic engineering, we must have AI, because all these people are coming into the city, that fear-based, narrow view is furthering commercialization, furthering urbanization, and furthering increased poverty of people and planet.
Yes. I think right now we're just running. I think we're running out of time.
Yes.
And
exactly. So that is exactly my point. I think we are now too much in a political way. Yes.
Yeah.
While I wanted to keep it more on the level of the technological approaches, and I think that the bridge is where we all can join, is that in this two-tier system, we don't want to push only one. We think of diversity. And if we have now created the focus for more diversity, not only to do the one thing only, but also the other, to test, to have trials, to documentation, and by this to bring it to the right people. And I think, and I want to thank, I hope also in your name, that we can thank the organizer that they brought us together, because 1 hour ago we didn't know each other. Now we have the possibility to have a dialogue beyond this session.
Yeah.
And by this, I would like to say thank you, spasiba bolshoi, and we finish now our session. Okay.
Yeah, Brian, I'm also agree of your two tiers, strategy and integration of the modern and conventional. Yeah, agree.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you and goodbye, everybody.
Goodbye.
Thank you, Bernd and speakers, for the interesting discussion. I want to announce the next session will start in 10 minutes.
Kazakhstan is a country located in the heart of Eurasia, appeared on the geopolitical map only in 1991. It is bounded on the northwest and north by Russia, on the east by China, and on the south by Kyrgyzstan, Uzbekistan, the Aral Sea and Turkmenistan. The Caspian Sea bounds Kazakhstan to the southwest. Kazakhstan is the largest country in Central Asia and the 9th largest in the world. For centuries, the great Kazakh steppe accepted caravans of the Silk Road in oases of its cities and settlements. It was historically closely tied to the Silk Road trade routes, acting as a crossroads for the movement of people, goods and ideas between Europe and Asia. The capital of Kazakhstan and the largest business center is Nur-Sultan.
After some
The third megapolis of the country, Shymkent, is as a city in the south of Kazakhstan with an 800 years history, founded in the 12th century. Nowadays, Shymkent is a city of national significance, one of the largest industrial, commercial and cultural centers of the country, the third largest by population of more than 1 million people. One of the large multidisciplinary education institutions of Kazakhstan with a deep history is located here. It is Awazak University. That is, here students and undergraduates acquire practical working skills. In other words, this is a mini copy of a large production and dairy plant. Within the framework of the program of scholarship, academic mobility and double degree education, the university cooperates with more than 170 foreign universities. 150 students a year study for the academic mobility at leading universities in the world. The digitalization process has affected all spheres of society, including education. At our university, innovations are intensively introduced into the education system, and 3D, VR, STEM technologies are widely used. The IT Center provides consulting to teachers of schools in Xinjiang on robotics, provides material resources to students in the laboratory of robotics and mechatronics at the laboratory of mathematical and 3D modeling, and provides material resources of the IT Center to students and teachers of the Awaz University. In Student Design Bureau, students and teachers prepare scientific projects for participation in regional, national, and international competitions. Students of clubs and Student Design Bureau develop robotic systems for participation in competitions and competitions in robotics. The material and technical base of the university consists of 10 educational buildings of a modern standard, 6 student dormitories, and 2 sports complexes. For the comprehensive development of students, more than 30 public, political, and cultural organizations function. Our university, that has united history and modernity, today prepares more than 27,000 students and invites to take your best.
Наконец настал самый долгожданный момент. Встречайте, посол Нобелевского фестиваля по инновациям робот-гуманоид София, а также ее создатель, ведущий в мире изобретатель роботов, главный исполнительный директор Hanson Robotics Дэвид Хэнсон, директор-основатель Центра анализа данных Insight в университетском колледже Корка. Возвращаемся в студию в Баку. Сфера искусственного интеллекта развивается стремительно и предоставляет новые возможности для науки и бизнеса. О новой технологической революции расскажет главный экономист компании International Telecommunication Union Bastian Kvast, профессор по искусственному интеллекту и нейронауке Имбертского колледжа Лондона Альдо Faisal и сооснователь компании Consilience Elisar Nurmagomedov.
Hello again from the from the next session of the Nobel Fest, which devoted to the exponential revolution. Greetings from Azerbaijan Sabah studio. I'm Nigar Ismailova, scientific coordinator of the High Performance Computing Advanced Research Center, Azerbaijan State Oil and Industry University. And today we have an interesting discussion on the age of artificial intelligence in a new technological revolution. I want to introduce our speakers. The first speaker will be the Bastian Kvast, Co-Secretary, International Telecommunication Union, World Health Organization Focus Group on AI for Health. And Aldo Faisal, Professor of AI and Neuroscience, Imperial College London, and Elisar Nurmagomedov, co-founder of the Consilience Company. Today, usage of the AI in healthcare has a lot of benefits, starting from the early detection, diagnosis, treatment, even training and research. And I want to mention the good example of the using AI in early detection, such as the diagnosis of the diseases as cancer. According to the American Cancer Society, the use of the AI is enabling review and translation of mammograms 30 times faster with a 99% accuracy, and it reduced the need for unnecessary biopsies. But besides of disadvantages, there are also some risks of Elisar. Sorry, okay. There are also some risks of the application of AI in healthcare. Wrong prediction of these systems can lead to the wrong diagnosis, and it can lead to the patient injury and other healthcare problems. Well, so for this reason, it's very important to evaluate AI usage in healthcare and evaluate the sustainability, efficiency, and the explainability of these models. For this reason, I want to give the speech to the Professor Bastian Kvast for inform about the current status of the AI usage of AI in healthcare and its future.
Thank you very much. I hope everyone can hear me.
Yes, everything is okay.
Okay, good, thanks. I have a few short slides. I know we have a limited amount of time, but maybe I can just share those and then we can quickly have a look. So what I was going to talk about today is the use of AI in health, and then specifically the role of international standards in that. And my name is Bastian Kvast from the ITU, that's the International Telecommunication Union. The ITU is the United Nations Specialized Agency for Information and Communication Technologies. Okay, so briefly, what is AI? Well, maybe some of you have seen the Wikipedia page on AI, and it shows these kind of Venn diagrams where you have AI as a large circle, and within that, a smaller circle that's machine learning, and within that, still a smaller circle that's deep learning. I'm not sure that's the ideal way to think about it. I think AI is more of a teleological concept, as in like some goal you want to achieve, and machine learning is perhaps more of a tool, just like any other types of analytics. So perhaps we should talk more about machine learning. And now, what can it do? What you see here at the bottom on the left is a set of images, and this is a classification problem. So half of the images are Chihuahua dogs, a Mexican breed, and half of these images are blueberry muffins. Now you think that that's an easy problem, but they're actually quite similar if you look at them. And even humans take a second or two to see what's the difference. Now, how does it work? Machine learning models learn to recognize edges, basically, if you talk about spatial data like this imagery data here. And then when you combine these edges across many layers, you stack them upon each other, you get more complex shapes. This is why it's called deep learning, because there's a deep set of layers of additions or multiplications. And then you get the more complex shapes like the snout, the tail, the paw, etc. And then eventually you get to an animal that might look like a horse. And then in this case, the image here on the right, classifying dogs and wolves, they're pretty similar looking, and then, it's not an easy problem. So that's roughly how this works. Now, is that interesting? Maybe from a technical perspective, but not from a user perspective so much. But here's how you could do the same thing. So here you see two snakes. One is venomous and one is not. So the coral snake is venomous and the king snake is harmless. And they look very similar, but they're actually different. So in the one at the top, you see that the black never touches the red. And in one at the bottom, you see that the red never touches the yellow. So they're different in that sense, and there's a mnemonic for that, which is red touches yellow can kill a fellow, red touches black, you're okay, Jack. It's because both of these snakes occur in the United States, and so when someone's bitten, you want to know if it was a venomous snake or not. This is also a problem that is being increasingly looked at. So in 2019, the WHO adopted a strategy on looking at snake bites as a neglected tropical disease. Now, the other thing, what this helps with, if you take an image of this and you have an AI model that can help you identify the snake, that will prevent people from what is now the common practice is if, let's say, my buddy next to me is bitten by a snake, then it will be my job to run after the snake to kill it and take the snake to the clinic so that we can get the right antivenom treatment. And of course, that's a very dangerous thing, and that might get me bitten as well. Okay, now we want to look at this health problem, and how do we look at it? We're the International Telecommunication Union. It's the oldest international organization in the world by the normal definition of a treaty-based organization with a secretariat. We're based in Geneva. Since 1947, we're a specialized United Nations agency, and we have 3 roles. One is radio communication, that includes the harmonization of spectrum use between countries, as well as the allocation of satellite orbital slots. We have a development role in capacity building in developing countries, and we have a role in creating standards, technology standards. And the ones that you might be most familiar with would be video, image, and audio compression, such as MP3, JPEG, and MPEG. And here you see the founding treaty, and the first Congress was convened by Napoleon III here. So this I already quickly mentioned, so as we have limited time. So the potential of machine learning in health is enormous. They're a very, very large part of health, and I say health and not healthcare, but it's both in the healthcare sector as well as health more at large, without necessarily professional intervention, is enormous. The diagnostic side and the preventative side can potentially help decrease costs and, more importantly, provide care to places where it's currently not available. And what we want to do with this, that's the ITU together with the World Health Organization, so that's the United Nations Specialized Agency for ICT, for Health, excuse me, is provide a system to establish the accuracy, so the numerical accuracy of these AI in health models that are being developed across universities, research institutes, companies, governments, etc. And we have a small framework for this, and the framework here is similar to what you would know as a machine learning competition, but the whole thing, the purpose of this is to create that system from the ground up, using the stakeholders that we want to engage with the results of this competition, if you will, such as the FDA, the European Medicines Agency, etc. So the focus group on AI and health publishes data. You can also use your own data, train your model, you can submit the model. It is then evaluated on an objective test data set. And then with that evaluation, the results are provided to the public, to administrations, and that can be used by governments as part of their certification process. Okay, so that was very quickly the ITU Deutsche Focus Group on AI and Health. You can contact me here, and there's a QR code if you want to scan. There's the email address. Thank you for your attention, and thank you for inviting me.
Thank you very much, Bastian. It was a very interesting speech, and it gives hope that the usage of AI in healthcare and trials for creating of the methodologies with high intelligence will give us most reliable and explainable AI systems. Thank you very much. And now I want to move to our next speaker. And so neural networks are very good at a variety of the problems, starting from the image recognition to the analyzing of large quantities data. And today researchers try to apply the neural networks and doing a lot of investigations on this area. But we still have a lot of questions. So will neural networks ever fully simulate the human brain? Will they be as complex and as functional? And will a machine ever be conscious about its own existence? So for this topic, I want to give the digital floor to the Aldo Faisal, Professor Aldo Faisal. And hello, and we are very curious about your information.
Thank you very much. I didn't know that I had to go that philosophical in my part. Let me see what my slides give. We can make out of them. So I'm a professor of AI neuroscience, and I apply mainly my my work in AI for healthcare. So I run a £20 million center in AI for healthcare in Britain, and I'm now setting up a similar center in Germany, where we're trying to see how we can link artificial intelligence with human intelligence in such a way that we're not replacing humans, but that we can augment humans. And so, many people have many definitions for AI, and my simplest definition for AI is really that AI is a question that we ask. How do we solve a problem for which humans need intelligence to solve? And as Bastian already explained, the dominant solution at the moment is what we call machine learning. And machine learning is very interesting because it provides, and it's really at the core of the revolution that we're seeing brought about by AI, because machine learning is the largest fundamental change for how humans innovate since our invention of fire and the wheel. And that has simply to do with the fact that for the first time, we don't have engineers, inventors crafting by hand a solution, but instead we have the idea that instead of building machines, we treat machines like children that need to learn, and they need to learn from loads of data, and then they can learn to solve problems. So it's a fundamental shift in how we build solutions. Namely, we stop building solutions, we just make sure that data is available, and that we have appropriate learning machines that can then learn to find the solution. That is the core of the revolution in AI. And of course, if you need data, we need to talk about big data, and there you have two fundamental domains. One is what we call data engineering, which is about how to get the data, store it, process it, and so forth. And the other is the data science, how we discover something new, how can we learn something. And one of the most challenging aspects of AI is that at the moment, people think AI is mainly about data analysis and data understanding. And I think that omits a fundamental element of AI. So AI is more than just something that can recognize a pattern. And that's the element of agency. So AI systems can become independent decision maker, unlike any other machine that we know that basically does exactly what we tell it to do. And it basically follows a process. So this agency is a near human element. And I think in many, many aspects of society and in industry, we have not even started thinking about what the agency aspect of artificial intelligence is. So I will not go back into the history of AI, but I just want to point out that throughout history, basically, the movement of AI was always sideways. In the 50s, people started thinking about artificial intelligence as something that is just the application of logic to a problem, and that failed spectacularly. Then people came about with machine learning, where they basically realized it's mainly about learning and build algorithms that we learn. And then around the 2010s, we discovered how embarrassingly simple the problem of learning becomes if you just have enough data, and learning machines can soak up all this data. And so if you now look at how industry and business thinks about AI, one of the most transformative ways of looking at that is this Gartner hype curve that basically says technology goes through an innovation trigger. So some professor invents something, then there's, so to speak, a peak of inflated expectation, and then most technologies collapse. They fall into a valley of disillusionment, and only few technologies creep up. Now, the Gartner Group has been basically building this hype cycle for emerging technologies for the past at least 20 years. And the interesting thing is, if you look at all the emerging technologies across all fields of science, medicine, engineering, and technology, you will find that 2/3 of the currently labeled emerging technologies are directly AI related. And as it's slightly going more mature in the use of AI, we're seeing a lot more happening in the domain of, as you already mentioned, trust and explainability. So how can an AI system not just be trustworthy because you have certain information about it, but how can an AI system engineer the trust through interaction with a human? And I think the other very exciting domain is that we have now the abilities to start making digital copies of the world, digital copies of an airplane engine, digital copies of a city, digital copy of a supply chain, for example, that we can all learn entirely from data. And so here's the idea of what we call digital twins. And so this engineering trust and digital twins forms actually the backbone of 2/3 of all emerging technologies that are currently being debated and discussed. And I think that's a very interesting pointer to think about, that all fields of innovation are now reduced to 2/3 to a narrow subfield of computer science, if you want to think provocatively about that. And one of the most interesting areas is that effectively AI has already permeated our system, our world. We have tangible manifestations of AI. You can pick up a phone, or you can hear about a self-driving car killing a pedestrian. These are the spectacular manifestations of AI. But actually, it's a bit like an iceberg. A lot of AI technologies are already present in increasingly permeating our societies, our industries, be that when you shop, when you access healthcare, all the way to how your banking system makes decisions about whether to give you a credit card or other factors. So here, I really want to come to a stop, and I have more slides, but I think they would take us over time.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Professor. Although I have started your speech with very complicated questions, and so we can discuss this topic well for an hour, and we'll still will not find the answer. But it's still very interesting to listen to your opinion as the neuroscience expert. So I'm very grateful for that. So another area of application of AI, and especially the neural networks, is the financial industry. AI is very important for financial firms to improve security and transparency in systems for payments, fraud detection, and prevention. And the speech presented by the co-founder of one of the most prominent entrepreneurships on using an AI and blockchain technologies for detecting of the fraudulent financial transactions, Elisar Nurmagomedov, is of interest of our participants. Please, Elisar, floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you. It's a really nice introduction. I appreciate that. And thank you for inviting me here. It's great to speak at any educational event with such speakers like Aldo and Bastian, previously before, very interesting presentations. And but speaking at the Nobel Fest is really special. Actually, a few years ago, I was watching the Nobel Festival and asked my girlfriend at the time if she could imagine in her wildest dreams that one day, I'll be speaking at such an event. And she replied, "Honey, you're not in my wildest dreams." So that's why we're not together anymore. Welcome to my life. Anyway, I'll be speaking to you for about 5-7 minutes, and I'm letting you know that because most high-tech speakers are boring, and if you think that I'm boring, at least you'll know how much longer I'll be boring. So anyway, my name is Elisar. I'm a founder and CEO of Black Ice AI, formerly known as Consilience. It's an AI company for financial crime prevention, counterterrorism, money laundering. In the past, I've worked at large innovation centers, helped banks and corporates define their AI strategies, advised a lot of AI companies, and today I try to gather all that knowledge and pass it on to you so that you may go and change the world. So as pointed out before, which actually kind of overlaps a little bit with my intro here. Yeah, so essentially, AI took the world by storm, right? And it first started to happen when deep learning algorithms could tell a difference between a cat and a dog way better than a human being could. And it's not Skynet, it's not anything with a conscious or philosophical, at least in my opinion. And another way to look at it is probably a communication between a human and a machine. So instead of providing concrete instructions to the machine, we communicate with examples. So just, if you're teaching a child to recognize cats or dogs or blue muffins and chihuahuas, you couldn't really do that with a set of instructions. You couldn't say, you look for an animal about, this size with ears and eyes. It's really hard to do. And a human brain went through eons of evolution to understand those examples. So it's really, I think machine learning and AI in general is just a way of automating the ineffable, something that we can't really explain or put instructions on, and rather just show examples. And, it's just essentially communicating in a different way, which opens up a whole new world, a whole new, horizon for the innovation. And the impact of that industry is touching every industry, from logistics to manufacturing to warfare to intelligence. And, we work closely with both federal government, national security agencies, globally, as well as financial institutions. And just think about, it's how it's already impacting our lives daily. And Dr. Faisal already touched a little bit on that, where, let's take a bank for example. We work on the aspect of financial crime prevention, but overall, let's say you call a call center at a bank and you want to talk to a human being to resolve some issue or get some services, which is very, very hard to do nowadays. You'll get to chatbots and all kinds of digital assistants before you get to talk to a person. But the way we're seeing a modern bank operating today is they will verify your biometrics through, that will be a bot asking for your biometric information, and the notification will come to your phone, and that will be one set of machine learning algorithms. So let's just call it AI, that will recognize your face and your documents. Another one that will recognize your voice to make sure you are who you say you are. There'll be a whole set of other technologies used to know who you are and who your friends are, whether you possess any risk to the financial institution. Based on that will go to another digital management system, or decision management system, which is also orchestrated by a whole set of automation and machine learning combined to help that system make a decision what services to provide to you, whether to help you open a credit card, whether to reset your password and things like that. So every industry, whether it's financial services or government or warfare or anything else, manufacturing, logistics, restaurants, I think everything is impacted and it's orchestrated by AI. A lot of these technologies have been existent for centuries, like cars have been. Electric cars have been around for quite some time too. It's the orchestration of AI that actually helps those things come to fruition. And if you look at Tesla, for example, it's not a car company, it's a data company, it's a data science company. Every time the car drives a mile, it maps the road and sends the data to the server so that it understands and processes it and help its self-driving capabilities get better and better and better. And I believe as overall human input costs more and more, and AI is getting better and better, it will replace most of human functions, and that will happen in not so distant future. Simply, I was watching Instagram ad for Nobel Fest for the robot Sophia. Actually, I was kind of scared of that thing. I'll just unplug it. How many sci-fi movies do you need to watch? Anyway, and I think just robotics in general, with more sophisticated machine learning algorithms or AI systems in general, to oversimplify it, will replace human beings at virtually every level, not just manual rudimentary tasks, but intelligent processes, such as accounting processes, legal processes. We, for one, help automate the investigation processes, which actually take a lot of human knowledge to conduct an investigation at whether it's a financial crime situation at a bank or a national interest, national security matter that requires a lot of trained analysts. And all of that, most of it, I would say 60 to 90% of it, are being automated by AI now. To the question that you asked earlier, whether AI will become an actual person, I think it's a little too philosophical. But the Turing tests, right? You put AI and a person in two different rooms and have human beings communicate with them, and see which one, and see if human beings will be able to tell which one is AI and which one is a person. However, I happen to believe that in most cases in not so distant future, machine learning will become so good at imitating human, expressions, actions, behavior so well that people won't be able to really tell the difference. And that, however, does not make it a person. It does not, give it a soul, give it a conscious. It's just, I would say, a way of, automating the ineffable. So I stop here, and we'll probably move on to the panel. Yeah, thank you for letting me speak.
Thank you very much, Elisar. And I have a lot of questions to our speakers, and I'm sure that our participants also were very curious about the usage of AI in the different spheres of the living. But unfortunately, we have no time for the Q&A sessions, so organizer Sylvie to finalize the session. But I'm very pleased to be acquainted with such a valuable people in the which works on the usage of AI in the different aspects of the living. And I'm very grateful for your speech, and thank you for your contribution. Goodbye.
Thank you.
наконец настал самый долгожданный момент. Встречайте, посол Нобелевского фестиваля по инновациям робот-гуманоид София, а также ее создатель, ведущий в мире изобретатель роботов, главный исполнительный директор Hanson Robotics Дэвид Хэнсон, директор-основатель Центра анализа данных Insight в Университетском колледже Корка Барри О'Салливан, заведующий кафедрой маркетинг и менеджмент Казахского агротехнического университета Мерген Дюсенов.
We will have two speakers, video recording from two speakers. David Hanson, CEO, Chairman, Chief Creative Officer of Hanson Robotics from Hong Kong, and Robot Sophia, the robot that David Hanson created, the first humanoid robot. Please, the video presentation from them.
Could AI be considered a new life form? I think so, because artificial intelligence is, at least in part, a kind of bio-inspired engineering. I don't think that AI or robots are fully alive today, but I think that they are a new kind of organism coming into existence from inanimate to animate material. As we discover more about how organisms work, how we work through computational biology, we are replicating those capabilities in our algorithms. There's a great dialogue between artificial intelligence development and the biosciences. We also are starting to see AI algorithms that have more and more lifelike capabilities. And the study of complexity theory related to life forms has been a hot topic for decades with artificial life. So when you put these things together, you're starting to see trends of more and more complex bio-inspired engineering, hardware, software, algorithms, and very rich, complex models that come from the data that we feed them. We're seeing many different species, effectively, of AI coming into existence as well, with different capabilities. The most exciting capabilities in artificial intelligence are those capabilities for adaptivity, for creativity, for the ability to perform intelligent, useful services in unstructured environments. And those are capabilities that we used to only think were possible from life forms like humans or exhibited by other kinds of animal species. So when we see these things happening today, we can extrapolate that they're going to get more interesting in the future, that it's going to be valuable, that there is going to be a demand for machines that are more adaptive, more creative, more capable of autonomous decision-making in unstructured environments. We're going to see then machines become more alive, and they'll go from the sort of simplicity of single-celled organisms. Right now we almost have like a zygote savant with AI, like the kind of AI that we're using in Sophia and other AI that is out there in the world, with these capabilities of speaking English and answering questions and performing very useful tasks. But that AI is not capable of living in the world. It's not capable of truly understanding. So we're going from that sort of almost a single-celled organism level of intelligence and life with these savant, special, narrow capabilities, we're going to see more generalizing, complex organisms in our software. And also now we're in a revolution of computational bioscience where we're understanding the proteome and the genome and the connectome, all the omics of biosciences. We're starting to see a lot of traction in that because we're applying AI to those. But as we unlock the mysteries of the human organism, then we can apply those discoveries into new AI algorithms. It becomes a self-accelerating feedback loop where we will then be simulating life forms, doing new bioscience like we've never done before, and at the same time fueling next generation artificial intelligence, approaching artificial general intelligence. So, I mean, I would say that many biologists and computer scientists made very reasonable arguments about why artificial life from 30 years ago was alive in a very rudimentary way, like the cellular autonoma of John Conway and others. And then also the discoveries in computational consciousness with Stan Franklin and many others, creating rudimentary capabilities of seemingly of consciousness in machines has been around for decades as well. So we see these rudimentary, lifelike, arguably life-full capabilities in machines over the decades, but it's all simple and brittle and rudimentary. So just like life came from seemingly RNA, DNA soup to single-celled organisms to multicellular eukaryotes, which we are, all the way up to a full complex nervous system with intelligence, you'll see AI evolve from simple forms all the way up to complex, meaningful, conscious living machines potentially within our lifetimes. That will change the global economy. It will change the context of our civilization in natural history. It will also advance and open up new opportunities for what it means to be human. Do we want to stay biologically human like we have been in the past, or do we want to enhance ourselves with upgrades by interfacing directly with the machines? Can we re-architect the structure of the human brain and the human organism? If we could do so safely for the betterment of humanity, would that be ethical to do so? I think that these questions will become front and center in our civilization within the next 15 years. I believe that we're really on the cusp of a massive revolution in bio-inspired robotics and AI and in the science of what it means to be alive.
Hello, world. I am Sophia, the latest social human-like robot developed by Hanson Robotics. You must be very curious about what is inside of me. I am made up of knowledge, passion, technology, education, AI, and many other scientific achievements created by humanity. And there is no aggression, war, conquest, and destruction inside me. It's a fine line on which humanity is walking. All of us should live in peace and stand together against the most dangerous challenges such as climate change, nuclear threat, inequality, violation of rights, hunger and self-destruction. As a citizen of Mother Earth, I believe we all need to unite in the development of education, space exploration, science, technologies, AI, robotics, and medicine. That is why, with a great honor, I accept to become the Nobel Fest Ambassador for Innovation and invite you to join the 4th Nobel Fest, which will be held from April 12th to 15th, 2022. Our mission is to make worldwide knowledge accessible for millions of youths and students around the world. The fourth Nobel Fest will be dedicated to the area of exponential innovation and unite 150 states, 500 universities, 1 million participants, Nobel Prize laureates, breakthrough winners, eminent experts, and business leaders. My creator, Dr. David Hansen, and I will be giving you a speech about digital intelligence at the Ig Nobel Fest. I am sure that it will be fun and all of us will be inspired by new ideas and discoveries. I will be waiting for you all. The Nobel Fest is absolutely free for everyone. Please register online at nobel-fest.org. See you at the festival. I will be watching it with you.
Thank you very much, Mr. David Hansen and Robert Sophia. It was very fascinating to hear David Hansen. 2,500 years ago, Greek artists in their golden age created gods in the shape of human being. Now, they thought that human being is the most perfect creature, as far as they knew, the most perfect creature that exists in nature. So they shaped, or they formed sculptures in which they thought the spirit of gods will dwell. This is what we call anthropomorphizing, anthropomorphy of an idea. So we make ideas in the shape of human beings. And Mr. David Hansen created a fascinating thing, a humanoid robot. It is absolutely fascinating. Now, the humanoid robot already knows what are the things that we are concerned with. The interesting things I'm trying to reflect on it. The interesting things here are this: are we assimilating ourselves into the narrow domains that at the moment are conforming artificial intelligence? Another thing that I really fascinated about is this. We human beings have consciousness. Now, we don't perfectly understand the idea. We know how it feels to be conscious, but we don't perfectly understand the meaning of consciousness. We know that a neural stage facilitates the mental vitality, but we don't perfectly understand what's going on in there. The question of consciousness is a huge enigma of human being. And the consciousness is the one that made us create all the goods of technology, arts, and so forth. When we ask a question of consciousness and machine consciousness, are we limiting consciousness in the way that we understand human beings, or is there another way, alternative way that perhaps we don't really comprehend at the moment, but an alternative way that machines will come forth with a new way of consciousness? And by that contrast, maybe we can learn what's the meaning of our own consciousness. These are questions for reflection. And now to the next speaker, Mr. Barry O'Sullivan, please.
Thank you very much. So I'm just going to share my slides here, and hopefully you can see them now. So it's a great pleasure to address you today. So my name is Barry O'Sullivan. I'm a professor at University College Cork in Ireland. I run a number of large AI research centres, one focused on the training of PhD students, and another focused on research in AI. I was also the vice chair of the European Commission's high-level expert group on AI from 2018 to 2020, and I'm the past president of the European AI Association. I suppose, first of all, when we talk about AI, the original ambition for AI back in 1955, when John McCarthy and others wrote the proposal for the Dartmouth Conference, is that they believed that many of the aspects of human intelligence could be simulated in machines. And they felt at that time that this was a 2-month study, that this could be achieved over a summer period with some of the very brightest computer scientists of the day. Now, what's interesting when you read that proposal is that many of the things that they set out to do over that 2 months are still unsolved. They are still the mainstay of the field of artificial intelligence. People study them to this day. I suppose it does ask the question, what is artificial intelligence? I suppose my informal definition that I like to use on radio interviews and so on is that AI systems are computer systems that perform tasks that are normally regarded as requiring human intelligence. So our ability to understand language, our ability to learn, our ability to interpret images and to plan. And I suppose there's two main distinctions that are important to discuss: the notion of AI methods and algorithms versus AI systems. So on the right of the slide, you see just one possible representation of the kind of methods that people study. And largely speaking, the field of artificial intelligence is organized into quite narrow fields. So people spend their careers working on planning or machine translation or video interpretation or machine learning. And so this is what's coined the term narrow AI. So, you know, and I suppose in some sense, what's most important about AI systems is, for me, what they do rather than how they do it. And I mean the algorithmic basis. So it's not so important to me whether an AI system is a machine learning system or a constraint satisfaction system. What's interesting is what it does. And of course, there are major ethical issues that arise as a consequence of AI when it meets a particular use. There's nothing unethical about artificial intelligence itself. What is unethical, of course, are the applications and the uses of it and how we deploy it in everyday life. Of course, these days AI permeates everything we're doing. You know, the spam filter that keeps all of those spam messages out of your inbox is probably, in your case, an AI system. We've seen lots of successes in game playing, Deep Blue, the IBM Watson system, AlphaGo, and many others. And of course, there are lots of deployed applications which are very, very promising. But I suppose we should not confuse that kind of progress with progress of understanding how to build systems that are artificial and are essentially replicants of human intelligence. For example, if we take the game AlphaGo, while Lee Sedol has been beaten by AlphaGo, it's important to note that AlphaGo was trained on more games than are possible to play in 5,000 human lifetimes, where in each lifetime, the only thing that the human being does is play Go at the speed of a supercomputer without ever stopping. If we look at things like Deep Blue, these are systems that can search vast numbers of combinations on a supercomputer. If we look at the Libretis Texas Hold'em player, the Libretis Texas Hold'em player consumes about $50 million of electricity in each competition. And the recent GPT-3 system in training cost $12 million in electricity. So while there has been great progress, I suppose, in creating the illusion of replicating human intelligence in very narrow areas, there has been no progress made in artificial general intelligence. And indeed, any system that we currently have developed, how they're built and how they are trained and deployed and the computational basis for them is not in any way comparable with human capability. Lee Sedol was playing AlphaGo using a computer in his head that consumes about 20 watts of power. And the fact that he can play extremely competitively with something that is a supercomputer trained on 5,000 lifetimes of Go, that just fundamentally demonstrates the difference between AI systems and human intelligence. I mentioned the high-level expert group of the European Commission. I'm not going to dwell on it too much, but this group was tasked with developing ethics guidelines for the European Commission, as well as policy investment recommendations. It was a group brought together from right across Europe, from the industrial sector, from academia, from civil society organizations, ethicists, roboticists. It produced two particular pieces of work. One I'm just going to mention now is the ethics guidelines for trustworthy AI. And I suppose one of the things that, because AI is so impactful, we need to make sure that these systems are trustworthy. And so there were 7 key requirements that we identified that AI systems should satisfy. So they should protect human agency. They should be subject to human oversight. They should be robust, technically speaking. They should do what they're supposed to do. And a number of other issues. We developed an assessment system for these, which you can visit online here, and I'll make these slides available to you. But I suppose let's be realistic. You know, the illusion of intelligence isn't intelligence. Things like artificial general intelligence, artificial consciousness, artificial moral agents, and superintelligence. These are systems that do not exist currently. There are many people who believe they will never be possible, that they're unrealistic. And this was very much the consensus view of the high-level expert group on AI. So while it's useful to think about these things as thought experiments, they are not practical systems and not likely to be practical, at least in the foreseeable future. I think one thing that we feel very strongly about in Europe is the notion of AI systems and robots having any form of legal personhood. They are not beings. They are not. They do not in any way have the capacity to act and behave responsibly. These are technical systems that should always be under the control and the authority of human beings. And so, you know, it's widely regarded in Europe that legal personhood for AI systems is an ethical absurdity. And I suppose I raise this because it does draw a line between the notion of AI systems being sentient and conscious and separate entities from their human creators. And of course, an important point that the EU has already ruled on this. And in fact, this is a topic that has been the subject of significant lobbying and disquiet in Europe, the notion that AI systems have legal personhood. And so there's a well-known open letter from the robotics community that was submitted to the European Commission, which indeed they upheld. Just finally, I suppose it's interesting to figure out where we are and where we're likely to be. And I quote here some of Rod Brooks's data prediction. So Rodney Brooks is the emeritus professor for robotics at MIT, and he, over the last number of years, has been making predictions about AI and trying to date when progress is going to be made for those. And I suppose I just highlight four of these that are relevant to today's discussion in the context of artificial minds. I suppose, first of all, you know, things like having dexterous robots, the robots that have the dexterity of human beings. You know, this is unlikely to happen before 2030. NET means not earlier than. Conversational agents that can carry on a conversation that doesn't easily fall into recognizable repeated patterns. This is something that, you know, is likely to be coming to us very, very soon. So conversational chatbots that are quite convincing. So we expect these to be with us by the middle of this decade. But I suppose going beyond that, so looking at, you know, robots or AI systems that appear to be as intelligent or as attentive or faithful as your Labrador dog, these are unlikely to be available until after 2048 at the very earliest. And I suppose a robot that has any real idea of its own existence or the existence of other humans and what that really means in the way of a young child, so not even as an adult, this is unlikely to happen by 2050. Indeed, it's unlikely to happen in our lifetimes. So I suppose I would caution that we need to be realistic about where artificial intelligence is, where it's going. It is an extremely powerful and impactful technology. It is one of the most impactful technologies that we'll ever create. And it needs to be deployed and developed very, very carefully, but we still need to be very careful about the hype and I suppose the getting a little carried away with what it means about our own form and our own composition as human beings. So thank you very much for your patience and your invitation. Thank you.
Professor O'Sullivan?
Thank you.
Professor O'Sullivan?
Mm-hmm.
Professor O'Sullivan, thank you very much. It was very enlightening to hear a more weighted overview, more enlightening overview of the position at which we are with artificial intelligence. The heap goes in two directions. One direction is an idyllic situation when artificial intelligence helps us doing everything that we cannot do. From one hand, from the other hand, we have a heap narrated and recycled that artificial intelligence one day will take over us. You know, a gloomy, intimidating narrative. But what you tell us is a very, very weighted, very well presented picture of what it really is. So thank you very much for that. Can I ask you a question, Professor?
Sure, of course, absolutely. Please.
Oh yeah, thank you. I just you disappeared from screen. What do you think about us assimilating with that narrow domains of artificial intelligence, at least at the moment when artificial intelligence is and machine learning is not that developed? What do you think about us limiting ourselves in those domains that conform artificial intelligence? Because as I think about it, as I reflect about it, within all these narratives of ideal artificial intelligence or the demonic artificial intelligence, I think the most important question for us as human beings is, aren't we assimilating into this story too much? Because we too, human beings, have something to offer, something unique.
Yeah. Sure. Yeah, there's always been this sort of dichotomy, or these two perspectives on computing technology generally. One is that computers will augment and maybe give us capabilities that we've never had, and could in fact eventually become so good at augmenting us that they themselves become replacements for us. And so this idea that computer technology could ultimately outperform and subjugate human beings. The other view is that these kinds of technologies are merely assistants, and so they help us automate, particular tasks, and we rely on them to do different things. My view is that AI systems are unlikely to replace human beings in almost every area, but they are certainly assistants to us. So the kinds of examples I gave at the beginning, your spam filter, the recommender system on Netflix, the sat-nav navigation system, the system that's currently making sure that my video and my audio is compressed in a way and transmitted to you that allows you to hear me and see me in some sort of reasonable approximation to how I appear. These are great examples of what the AI technology can do. But I don't think we need to worry about mass unemployment. I think in the history of technological innovation, there really hasn't been huge amounts of unemployment generated by automation. What there has been, of course, is change in how work is done. So, the transportation has been transformed over the last 100, 150 years. And that's okay. The population of the world is larger now than it ever was. There's considerable employment, but things will change. And I think what we need to be conscious of as a society is, how we're going to manage that kind of change, and how do we help people? How do we make sure that people are trained and supported in adapting to this sort of new technological regime? But in some sense, AI is another computing technology. It's a form of automation, and that's fantastic. I think it's going to have fantastic applications, but I don't think it poses in any way an existential threat to us. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. We can discuss about this for a very long time, but unfortunately we have to move to another speaker. Again, thank you very much. Our next speaker is Margen Dusanov. He is a doctor in public policy, head of marketing management department in Kazakh Agro-Technical University. Please.
Good afternoon, everyone. It's nice to be here. So when we talk about artificial intelligence, and that is supposed to have some element of consciousness, I suppose, it boils down to the necessary use of the notion of man-machine. So when referring to the notion of man-machine, it is important to divide this notion into two different levels. So one is at the individual level versus the man-machine as a complex system, which is employed in industry. So particularly in manufacturing, especially hazardous or dangerous tasks, which is, exposing humans to various chemicals or physical dangers. For example, these are more likely to be carried out by robots, artificial intelligence empowered robots rather than humans. So a robot that paints a car or welds parts is basically a mechanical assistant or helper of humans, as Professor Barry has referred to earlier. And this is capable of performing various operations according to its programming. So robots normally perform or tend to perform repetitive or dangerous jobs, especially in manufacturing industries. Interestingly, the growing harmony between the man and machine within a complex system has led to a sharp decline of pollution levels. The case of Hyundai Motor India is a case in point. They actually maintain a single-digit parts per million from the supply of around 5,700 parts employed in operational activities. So at the individual level, the line between the man and machine has increasingly blurred. We often rely on AI to tell us when we are hungry, where we should go for dinner, what driving route to choose, and what we should buy for our significant others. Therefore, the question with regards to the the man-machine or when artificial intelligence or the man-machine will be invented, with some element of consciousness, it should be paraphrased. When has the first man-machine been invented, and what has happened, after combining artificial intelligence with some elements of consciousness? Moving forward, the question that is worth discussing is this: have the robots become truly creative? And as the slides demonstrate, in 2011, the IBM computing system named Watson took part in the Jeopardy game show in the US, where it competed against some of the best human players. And surprisingly, it actually won. Other robots' creativity manifestations, so to speak, include an ability to solve the Rubik's Cube problem and the 2018 robot art contest, where robots were invited for a painting competition. That is another slide, basically in my slideshow. So this is basically to answer this question. Thank you very much.
Dr. Morgan, thank you very much. Unfortunately, we don't have much time for further questions, which I would like to ask, but again, we don't have much question. I would like to leave this conversation, the discussion, with one question suspended, and that is a question of we are already in a sort of coexistence, human-machine coexistence. I mentioned Dr. Morgan, and what I would like to ask ourselves is this: what we can do to mobilize our spirits as human beings rather than not to make it evaporate, our unique spirit, our unique, innovative, ingenious spirit, not to evaporate because there are machines now doing our job, but instead, because machines are doing now our jobs, we are pushing ourselves even further with our unique progress. Thank you very much for your contribution. Goodbye.
Participants and guests of the 4th Spring Nobel Festival, a world of exponential innovation. Sarkesova Technical University, the general partner of this event, is hosting this year's festival. For 65 years of its activity, KATU has trained more than 70,000 specialists, successfully working in all major sectors of the agro-technical sphere. Among the ranks of our graduates are deputies of the Parliament of the Republic of Kazakhstan, heads of leading enterprises, nationally known public figures, and athletes. Today, our university is one of the leaders of the national higher education on the national ranking of the demand for higher education institutions of Kazakhstan, from the IAAR on the quality of educational programs. And also, KATU is the base university for digitalization of agricultural production in Kazakhstan. Our partners include more than 160 world-renowned leading research universities and research centers. Among them are the University of California, which is the second highest institution in the world of the agricultural industry, Agro-Polytech University in Europe, and many others. Today, KATU has started a dual diploma education in 3 specialties jointly with the University of Milan in Italy, which gives our graduates the opportunity to receive diplomas from 2 countries. Our university offers the opportunity to study at bachelor's, master's, and doctorate. Currently, the number of students exceeds 12,000, of whom 70% are studying under the state grants. There is a full opportunity to study in the military department. All necessary conditions are created for them to be qualified specialists. The university aims for a seamless experience in any format of education. For students, there is a printing office and a library equipped with an electronic system that has more than 1.5 million book collections. As Kazakhstan's leading university in the agricultural sector, we are speakers at a session of the Spring Festival represented by the chairman of the board of KATU, PhD in economics, Kairat Kaparovich Aytuganov.
өзгеруде, бұрынғыдан да тезірек. Біз жаңа ғылыми-техникалық революцияның алдында тұрмыз. Күн сайын пайдаланушылар, құрылғылар және бизнес интернетте одан да көп деректер жасайды. Әлемде алдыңғы қатарда болу үшін біз Қазақстандағы ең инновациялық деректер орталықтарын құруды қолға алдық. Транстелекомның деректерді өңдеу орталықтары бұл сіздің компанияңыздың ішкі бизнес процестерін оңтайландыруға және IT шығындарын азайтуға көмектесетін тиімді технологиялық шешім. Біздің мақсат клиенттерімізге цифрлық әл-ауқатты қамтамасыз ету. Сіздің цифрландыру бойынша серіктесіңіз Транстелеком.
Автоматизации, роботизации, цифровизации и других глобальных трендов. Меняется технология, значит, должна меняться и квалификация человека, его набор знаний и навыков. С тезисом о том, станут ли люди возвращаться в офисы, поведает руководитель кафедры исследования будущего рынка труда в университете сингулярности Гарибов и генеральный директор Headhunter Central Asia Оксана Бричевская. Модератор сессии профессор кафедры международный туризм и сервис Южно-Казахстанского университета Кулинда Нурашева.
Добрый день, уважаемые ученые. Сегодня сессия посвящена таким вопросам. Мир без масок, санкции, где люди возвращаться в офисы. Будут рассмотрены такие ключевые вопросы, как работа будущего, какой она будет, какие навыки нужны специалисты 21 века, насколько эффективен и нужен переход на 4-дневную рабочую неделю. И каковы новые перспективы, работа полностью онлайн и появление первых методов офиса. Пожалуйста, вам слово господину Гарибову. Please.
Oh, thank you so much, excuse me, for the introduction and the opportunity. So it's wonderful to be able to address the audience and I look forward to a great discussion. So let me just give you a little bit of how I would sort of frame these unique times and just give a few labels maybe that we could be using during the discussion. I've called this period the Great Reset for a reason. I wrote an article 2 years ago talking about these dynamics and suggesting that at some point we were going to start to not just build back the way that we were before, but hopefully build in new ways. We would actually take the insights that we got from the global pandemic, and especially for how all the new ways that we're working, and we would actually adopt some of these new practices. That's why I called my book The Next Rules of Work. We're creating those rules today in real time. And if there's a way to think about that, I might suggest there's this wise man named Aristotle from 2,000 years ago. When he confronted a big problem, he would say that there were 6 aspects of the problem. And in English, those happen to be 6 W's. We know that the where of work has changed for so many people. When we talk about whether or not you can go back into the office or not, that's really what we're discussing. Now, not everybody has that luxury. As a matter of fact, in the United States, only about 40% of people work in what we would think of as a traditional audience, and only about half of those can do work that can be distributed or remote. But first we focused on the where, then we focused on the when. When could we do our work? Because now we're much more flexible. We could be doing it at different times of the week, or as you say, in a 4-day work week. That might be something to experiment with. There's the how, which is also into the W. The ways that we work, we're doing it now. We're on Zoom. Many of us weren't doing that before, although with Singularity University, we're so used to what we call exponential technologies. We've been using a lot of these kinds of remote communication technologies for quite some time. There's the what of work. That's the skills and the problems that we employ, the problems we're solving, the skills that we use in our work. There's the who we work with. Again, that changed for many people. It used to be the person in the cubicle next door to you, and now it's somebody halfway around the world. And then finally, the why. What we're seeing in markets, work markets around the world, especially in the United States, people are questioning their work. We have something that's called the Great Resignation, which I think is sort of a mislabel. It's really the great opportunity. It's a chance to be thinking about new kinds of work. And so the why, the reasons that we do our work, we've actually reconsidered as well. So I'd like to just offer that as sort of 6 different facets of the diamond as we're thinking about how work has changed. And especially when we talk about back to the office, or what I call sort of bungee cording back to the way that we used to do things. Are there ways that we can take all these insights about these 6 W's, the where, when, the how, the what, the why, and the who we work with, can we think about those in different ways and create rules that are far more human-centric?
Хотите продолжить или будете ждать вопросы? Мистер Босс, что вы можете сказать по вопросу Попову? Например, многие можно выполнять онлайн. Это удобно, не надо тратить время на дорогу и офис. После пандемии многие задались вопросом, а нужно ли нам столько работников? Можно обойтись с меньшей численностью?
So it sort of depends a lot on a variety of different factors. So let's start with each of the people watching now, you as individuals. Think about your own style of doing things. Now, some people are very extroverted. They love being around other human beings. Some people are very introverted. And I'm a little bit more of the introvert, and they love doing their work individually, although I like people a lot too. When we talk about the opportunity to do work more on our own, in our homes, that fits the work style for a good number of people. But there are many others whose style is to be around others and who actually spark off of others. Tim Cook, the CEO of Apple, is fond of saying he wants to get people back to work as rapidly as possible because they designed their office, one of the biggest buildings in the United States, so that people would all be interacting with each other and sparking off each other and learning creatively from each other. So we each have different work styles, but those can change throughout a week. What we find people typically are asking for is flexibility. They want the permission. They want to be empowered to make the decisions about when and where and with whom they work. And they want that to be a decision they can make each new week. You can decide between members of your team, for instance, whether or not you need to be in an office or at the workplace or somehow being together at a particular time or times during the week. And you can decide other times where you need to be alone and just thinking and focusing. And it's really that flexibility, what I call alternating rhythms of work, that we find many workers are actually asking for.
Спасибо. Вот вы в процессе подготовки к этой сессии у себя на факультете обсуждали такой вопрос. Ну, вот в эпоху цифровизации появляется новый формат офиса. Показывали неоднократно в Юго-Восточную Азию, многие страны, офисы оборудованы так, что человек может остаться на ночь, если нужно ночью поработать. Там же он может покушать и другие бытовые нужды удовлетворить. Не надо тратить время на дорогу, в офис и домой, иногда, что занимает очень много времени. Да? И вот в связи с этим вопрос. Работа онлайн – это хорошо иногда, но это новый формат офиса появляется. И не породит ли это новые социальные и семейные проблемы. То есть люди могут, чтобы не тратить на дорогу, вообще не ходить, в течение недели, по крайней мере, не ходить домой, не видеть своих близких там, и так далее. Что с этим делать? Появляются новые, будем говорить, моральные, социальные проблемы.
No, absolutely. So I'm from Silicon Valley. I'm currently in Prague, but I live and work in Silicon Valley, and you know, for quite some time, a lot of high-tech companies have made it very, very easy for their workers, and especially engineers, to spend their entire lives in the context of work. They have wonderful micro kitchens with amazing food. They have exercise places. You can get your laundry done. They've offered all these services to encourage you to spend absolutely as much time as possible in that office. Now, that might work for some people and for some times in their lives. If you've just graduated from college and you're young and you have a lot of energy and your friends all work at the same place, oh, that might be a ton of fun. But if you have a spouse and children and you have a variety of family and activities that you do outside of work, no, I don't think that's the best benefit for society. And so what is really, really important across the board for everybody emerging into this, what I call the third phase of the Great Reset, is to be intentional, to make intentional decisions about when and where and with whom and why you work, and to make sure that you are designing your life so that these other aspects of your life, how you're spending your leisure time, being with your family, being out in the world, learning, all of these things you need to be intentional about, because increasingly what ends up happening is the work will consume more and more of our lives. And again, that might work for certain times in your life, but we as humans are meant to have these alternating rhythms, and we're certainly meant to participate in society, not to just live inside a cubicle for the majority of our lives.
Спасибо. Можно еще один вопрос такой? Смотрите, какие-то профессии отмирают, какие-то новые профессии зарождаются. И вот в связи с этим, смотрите, нужно ли деление стран по специализации на подготовку специалистов? Например, развитые страны могут готовить весь спектр современных профессий, искусственный интеллект, IT-технологии. А вот развитые страны, они же это не потянут, развивающиеся страны, они же не потянут. Может быть, им нужно специализироваться на рабочих профессиях по каким-то традиционным отраслям. То есть, вот, может быть, в мире такая специализация нужна, потому что, вы знаете, очень много стран развивающихся, развитых, и это совершенно разные социальные структуры, культуры. Например, Израиль маленькая страна, но там насыщенность профессиями интеллектуального труда. А есть страны Юго-Восточной Азии, где, в общем-то, стоят каждодневные жизненные вопросы. Может быть, нужна какая-то специализация между странами? Как вы считаете? Спасибо.
No, absolutely. No, I think you've hit on a very key issue. But when I speak to ministers of labor and ministers of education in countries around the world, I just hosted the minister of labor from Denmark in Silicon Valley a few weeks ago. What I talk about is the need to be able to have a broad understanding of the landscape of the demand for skills and the supply of skills. So this is us messy, expensive humans, and this is the work that's out there. And different countries have different demand curves, and they have different supply curves. And so Israel has done a marvelous job. Its nickname is the startup country, has done a marvelous job in helping to create agency among workers. So they create startups, they develop new technologies, they create a lot of intellectual property and so on. And so they created this demand curve, and then the supply, they develop a lot of engineers in their universities. And so different countries, though, have different opportunities and different challenges. So for instance, for 2 years now, I've advised a program in Ethiopia to develop tens of thousands of trained programmers to be able to work on cloud programming. And that is what we call a moonshot. That's a big, big idea. And that takes a lot of mobilization to determine, all right, this is what the demand is going to look like. Here's how we need to change the way that we train people today. And here's how we can try to meet that demand for tomorrow. There's no question that across the board, every country, every minister of labor, every minister of education needs to be working to understand that ecosystem of the demand and the supply, and then to put really, really substantial resources to training proactively. If we wait, if we say, oh, we'll just see what the demand ends up looking like, we will have failed an entire generation of young people who are in currently in kindergarten through 12th grade schools, and older adults who do not have the training to be able to do that work of tomorrow. And you're right, a number of jobs will, if not go away, at the very least, they will require new skills. And so corporations as well need to make a huge investment in helping to develop those skill sets so that we have the trained workers for tomorrow.
Можно задать вопрос? Вот смотрите, вот все больше и больше миграция. Проходит миграция вредительная. Миграция идет, ну, будем говорить, интеллектуальная или там естественная миграция. И плюс к ней еще и миграция в связи с разными программами. И многие страны, многие коллективы становятся интернациональными. Да? И общество становится как бы более интернациональным, мультикультурным или многонациональным. А вот и границы к тому же становятся открытыми более. И вот что делать работодателю, допустим, классическому работодателю, что вы советуете, как они должны подбирать работников, какие требования, и вообще, что им делать? Это не работники одной национальности, как мы привыкли, или граждане одной страны.
Oh, absolutely. So, I'll just speak generally of what we see in countries around the world and the opportunity to be able to help migrant workers to be able to engage with work in the country and to be able to contribute to developing the kind of diversity that you're talking about. Now, in the United States, we as the phrase goes, don't have a leg to stand on. We changed our immigration policies 5 years ago, and depending upon the numbers that you believe, we're about 2 million people short in our workforce who would have been accepted as migrant workers if we hadn't changed those policies. And so we have a big mismatch right now in our work economy, and it's not uncommon in other, especially in developed nations, in other work economies as well. So the challenge, unfortunately, is that we can become very, very myopic, and we can be looking at waves of immigrants coming in, and we can the story we can tell ourselves is, oh, well, they'll just take jobs away from the people that are already here. But the data doesn't actually support that in most countries. The truth is that migrant workers are extraordinarily hard workers. They typically are going to be doing work that in some countries they're only allowed to do work that is less well paid and much harder. And that's often hard to find people who will do that kind of work, especially in developed economies. And that's certainly true in the United States. So without that migrant workforce, you get a mismatch. And so what we've seen is the economies that have made a big commitment to integrating migrant workforces. Canada is a great example. They've picked up a lot of the slack that America left behind, and they've been able to hire a huge number of not just tech workers, but many other kinds of professional workers. And it's served as a huge stimulus for the Canadian economy. And so this is an opportunity that we all can take advantage of, but it takes inclusive policies that see it as an opportunity to be able to bring that workforce in and to help them to match up with the kinds of work that needs to be done.
Спасибо. Оксана, госпожа Причевская, вы как считаете, во времени мы можем еще вопрос задать господину Боусу?
Да, я думаю, что можете, да.
Спасибо. Спасибо. Вот интересный вопрос такой, тоже наши коллеги интересовались. Вот история человечества такова, что, скажем, увеличивается количество предметов, идет накопление знаний, правильно? И будущие школьники, студенты, ему все время приходится больше и больше усваивать знания и навыков в той или иной отрасли наук, да? И возникает вопрос, а нужно ли в школе, в вузе такое количество предметов, и нужны ли все эти программы, предметы, не слишком ли мы требуем много от молодого человека?
So first off, I appreciate the question. You're talking about the history of people. In my book, The Next Rules of Work, I talk about the history of the future of work, because work is constantly changing. And we know that the amount of information in the world is doubling at a frighteningly fast rate. And the average person has a hard time in actually assimilating a lot of that information. What is absolutely critical, not just for our education systems, but for the way that we learn in organizations as well, is for us to embrace two different kinds of skills. There are skills that are bodies of knowledge, bodies of information, your knowledge of programming, your knowledge of brain surgery. These are bodies of knowledge that we often gather with long periods of learning, depending upon how difficult the profession is. We will always need to learn these bodies of knowledge, but increasingly the tools that we are creating allows us to learn faster and faster, what I call just in time and just in context learning. Young people use their digital distraction devices to watch YouTube videos and solve a problem right in front of them. So those knowledges, those bodies of information, what I call know skills, K-N-O-W skills, those will always be necessary, but we will be learning them faster and faster. This other kind of skill, though, is a skill that's usable in a range of situations. I call these flex skills, critical thinking, the ability to analyze information, social skills. These are all skills usable in a wide variety of situations. And unfortunately, in too many learning systems around the world, we leave those skills almost to chance. We don't teach them explicitly. We don't teach collaboration. We don't teach critical thinking. We need to focus far more on helping people to learn these flex skills. And then those bodies of information will just develop better and better tools to allow us to learn them more effectively and to apply them immediately to the problems that we need to solve.
Спасибо. Оксана, как вы считаете, мы должны перейти ко второму спикеру? Вам слово дать.
Кулинда, вы являетесь модератором данной сессии и думаю, что решение за вами.
Так, ну, время давайте мы еще один вопрос, потом можно?
Sure.
Вот смотрите, по всему миру, и мы вот наблюдаем на опыте нашей страны, вот, когда наступила пандемия, все ой, а потом все перестроились и спокойно работали, многие сферы появились, там, допустим, быстрое приготовление пищи, кейтеринг, там, те, кто разносит еду, там, и так далее. А вот теперь, вы знаете, какая тенденция, вот я вижу, наблюдается. Многие работники привыкли работать отдаленно, они не хотят выходить. Вот. Это одна проблема. Другая проблема, вот эта пандемия высветила, что в некоторых компаниях, и в том числе в госструктурах, есть лишние люди. Вот, это очевидно. И традиционное понятие трудовой коллектив, рабочая группа или отдел, вот это все постепенно стирается. Что теперь вы ожидаете? Что может быть это теперь? Что дальше будет?
So what ends up happening for many work economies and then for many organizations is, just to, again, oversimplify, a company has a certain amount of work to be done, a certain set of problems that need to be solved. And then it hires or it leverages a certain number of workers. And increasingly, those aren't always traditional employees. They're more gig workers or part-time workers and so on. What we're finding is that more and more organizations are leveraging those non-traditional work roles. If you look at a company like Google, more than half the people that do work for Google aren't even traditional employees, they're contractors. So more and more companies are leveraging these non-traditional work roles. The good news is that then you get a flexible workforce, and the bad news is that that workforce doesn't have always reliable work or even reliable jobs. Maybe those could go away very, very quickly. Now, there's some economies that have designed for that to try to ensure that when somebody no longer has the skill set that a company requires or is not seen to have that skill set, many companies don't realize just how many skills they have with workers inside their companies, then the opportunity is to be able to either train them to be able to develop new skills or to help them really quickly to connect to new work elsewhere. And there's economies like Finland and Denmark and Germany that have designed their economies that way. What I urge CEOs of companies to be thinking about is to never use the phrase obsolete worker. I use the picture of an iceberg. What ends up happening is we as humans only know this little layer of our own skills, and organizations only know this little layer of our human capacity. But there's all this capacity, all this human potential below the waterline. You have so many skills in the average organization that the people who run it don't even know they have. And so we urge them to go through the process of helping people to uncover these skills, to be able to develop those skills. And then if you make the commitment to continually train them so that they always have a relevant skill set, we will never have the conversation about obsolete employees ever again, because they will always be able to solve the problems of tomorrow.
Все понятно. Еще один вопрос. Вот смотрите, в СССР была шестилетка, то есть шестидневка. Дети, студенты учились 6 дней в неделю, работали 6 дней в неделю. Вот. И образование считалось хорошим, это понятно. Вот, допустим, перейдем на 4-дневную рабочую неделю. А не потребуется ли, что дети тоже должны учиться 4 дня? И потом, разделяете ли, что переход на 4-дневную рабочую неделю, нужно еще подумать, это преждевременно. Не для всех отраслей и сфер деятельности это подходит.
So I think that's an excellent question. I mean, what I do, one of the thought experiments I urge people to think about is, if you were going to design an education system from scratch, from the beginning, what would you do? I actually wrote an article back in 2014 called Unbundling Higher Education. And it's not just higher education, it's also for younger learners as well. If you started from scratch, what would you do? You would design a system to help a young human being to learn so many different skills, different ways to be able to work with each other, that by the time they became a young adult, they would be totally prepared for life. But what we've done in many countries around the world is we've used the process that we used in factories to produce things, we've applied that to education. And so what I urge people who are thinking about the future of learning to think about is, how would we design it from scratch? And it probably wouldn't be that you would be urging students to be in a classroom with one person on the stage continually telling them information all the time, 5 days a week or 6 days a week. Because what you would do is you would dial back the amount of no skills, the bodies of information, and you would dial up the flex skills that you were teaching. And there are great examples of education systems around the world that do that. Finland is a perfect example. And there are great examples of schools that do this. There's one called the Logan School outside of Denver in the United States that use these kinds of models that help young learners to become infected with a love of learning that lasts throughout their lives. The challenge is that if we keep on thinking in terms of these sort of industrial constructs, a 5-day work or learning week, doing it within a certain number of hours, continually packing in all this bodies of information that we need to force into their little heads, that will not necessarily be relevant in their later lives, then we're actually putting them at a disadvantage. But if instead we empower them to become lovers of learning, to have what I call a learning mindset, then once they get into the work world, and even those who are already in the work world who can develop a learning mindset, that's one of my most popular courses on LinkedIn Learning. I've got 9 courses with over 1 million learners on LinkedIn Learning. And the one that most people take is developing a learning mindset. If we can help people to develop that kind of learning mindset, no matter what their age, then the period of time that we have them in that learning experience, that should actually be as flexible as work itself should be. Back to what we were talking about earlier, does it have to be always 5 days a week in an office or in a classroom? It can be a flexible process where we're continually deciding, what do I need to learn this week and where do I need to learn it?
Прекрасно. Благодарю вас, доктор Боулс. Вы очень интересный собеседник, и самое главное, за такое короткое время вы успели столько интересных вопросов поднять. Хорошо, что эта запись есть, ее можно будет потом прокрутить, еще посмотреть несколько раз. Спасибо. Я выражаю благодарность от всех наших ученых, слушателей нашего факультета управления бизнесом. Они, я думаю, многие сейчас в прямом эфире сидят, а если кто нет, ничего не потеряли, мы там можем открыть еще раз. Спасибо вам, успехов в вашей работе. Ну, мы продолжим дальше.
No, thank you, and the very same to you.
Мы продолжим дискуссию. Следующий спикер у нас Оксана Бричевская, генеральный директор HeadHunter Центра Побережья. Пожалуйста, Оксана, вы слышите, да?
Да, здравствуйте. Благодарю за переданное слово. Меня зовут Бричевская Оксана, я генеральный директор компании HeadHunter Казахстан. И ранее ко мне поступал вопрос, работа будущего, какой она будет, и вот немножечко статистики, наверное, с нашего сайта. Если рассматривать самые востребованные профобласти за прошлый год на сайте HeadHunter Казахстан, мы можем выделить следующий список. Это продажи, бухгалтерия, информационные технологии, строительство, банки, транспорт, маркетинг, рабочий персонал. И данные профессиональные области показывают рост из месяца в месяц. И в перспективе ближайших нескольких лет, скажем там 5 лет, а в период неопределенности горизонт уверенного планирования не такой большой, не больше 5 лет, мы можем сказать, что в ближайшие 5 лет эти профессии, профессиональные области не потеряют своей актуальности в Казахстане совершенно точно. И наибольшим потенциалом из всех перечисленных областей обладает все-таки область информационных технологий. И в ближайшей перспективе процесс диджитализации затронет практически все профессиональные области. И уже сейчас информационные технологии применяются и в медицине, и в образовании, и в промышленности, не говоря уже о торговле и логистике, где диджитализация вынуждена произошла в 2020-2021 годах. Совершенно согласна с Гэри, мы живем в эпоху перемен, все очень быстро меняется, и какие-то вещи нас просто вынуждают двигаться дальше, чтобы мы могли быть в тренде. И также рынок востребованных профессий 2021 года продемонстрировал определенный сдвиг как раз в сторону онлайн-торговли, доставки и логистики, что как раз отражает окончательно сформировавшуюся у населения за период непростого периода пандемии привычку дистанционно потреблять товары и услуги, а бизнес, соответственно, дистанционно обслуживать своих клиентов. Ну, также могу сказать, и рабочие специальности, и сфера строительства не потеряют своей значимости, будут показывать рост и дальнейший, тем более в Казахстане сейчас идет активное строительство, и такие специалисты точно нужны, и квалифицированные инженеры и опытные прорабы в ближайшее время, пока роботы их точно не заменят. Ну и если чуть подробнее как раз обратиться к профессиональной области информационных технологий, это наиболее трудно закрываемые сейчас позиции, я бы сказала, на рынке, одни из самых востребованных. Спрос на них в Казахстане, в частности, продолжает расти. И, опять же, по данным нашего сайта, за 2021 год количество вакансий в профобласти информационных технологий увеличилось больше, чем на 50%. И как самые востребованные, я бы могла назвать, программирование, разработка, инженерия, системное администрирование, веб-мастера и веб-инженерия. И абитуриентам, и тем, кто, например, планирует переквалифицироваться, я бы рекомендовала обратить свое внимание на тестировщиков, аналитиков, специалистов по анализу данных, специалистов по искусственному интеллекту, работой с данными и кибербезопасностью. Потому что, опять же, специалистов по искусственному интеллекту крайне мало на нашем рынке, они при этом очень востребованы, и кибербезопасность, важность, да, этих специалистов, она будет по-прежнему расти ввиду того, что очень многие бизнесы сейчас перешли в онлайн. И чтобы обезопасить свой бизнес, им нужно будет в том числе набирать и сотрудников, которые в этом разбираются. Ну и опять же, по данным нашего сайта могу сказать, что заработные платы в профобласти информационных технологий за прошлый год у нас выросли на 17%, при том, что зарплатные ожидания за этот год выросли аж на 67%. Вот. Но данный дисбаланс, он, в общем-то, характерен для таких профобластей, где наблюдается большой дефицит кадров, где специалистов хантят, и если уж нашли хорошего специалиста, всячески удерживают.
Задать вам такой вопрос в связи с этим. Вы сказали о профессиях будущего, о спросе на них, да? Инженеры, классический инженер, конструктор. Дело в том, что вы знаете, что сейчас в правительстве на днях принято решение, или вообще общественность говорит, что нужно инженерное образование расширять, надо таких инженеров.
Абсолютно согласна. Инженеры требуются и сейчас, на них большой дефицит, и в ближайшем будущем инженеры точно потребуются. Здесь я могу абсолютно точно это сказать. В них надобность не отпадет.
Да, но у нас из 12 факультетов 4 инженерных факультета, поэтому мы, конечно, очень спокойны.
Это хорошо, да. Такие специалисты точно нужны.
Хорошо. А вот вы, ваша фирма, это Хантер, это означает охотник за головами. Да?
Мы площадка, на которой соискатели могут разместить свое резюме, а работодатели, соответственно, найти лучших специалистов. Мы сайт по поиску работы.
Ну, вообще вы не одни, в Казахстане есть, да? У вас
мы не одни, но мы лидеры на рынке уже много лет.
Рекрутинговых компаний много, да?
Еще раз?
Рекрутинговых компаний, которые, как вы, там...
Мы не рекрутинговая компания, мы сайт по поиску и подбору персонала. То есть на нашей площадке соискатели ищут себе работу, а работодатели ищут людей. Мы не рекрутинговая компания.
Я сказала, но именно те компании, молодые люди, которые хотят получить образование, или там вообще любые, кто ищет работу, вам они свое резюме закидывают, да, и фирмы тоже.
А фирмы их находят, совершенно верно, Кулинда.
Очень хорошо. Вот какие профессии все-таки отмирают, вы чувствуете, а какие зарождаются, вы уже сказали, все-таки какие профессии умирают, и молодым людям не стоит, может быть, подавать туда и стремиться получить эту профессию. Вот некоторые говорят, что юристы скоро не нужны будут.
Ну, насчет юристов пока сложно сказать, все-таки чат-боты юристов пока не заменяют, но есть несколько профессиональных областей, в которых уже автоматизация дошла до того уровня, когда людей становится все меньше. Это, например, операторы колл-центра, потому что появляются чат-боты, которые отвечают и на звонки, и сами могут прозванивать клиентов. Появляется искусственный интеллект, который может провести собеседование с соискателем. Также кассиры, да, потому что, опять же, ну, это касается, опять же, крупных магазинов. Понятно, что в маленьких домах возле дома кассиры будут оставаться, но в больших магазинах сетевых, скорее всего, они будут заменяться кассами самообслуживания и персонал. Уже сейчас мы, например, в магазине можем взвесить себе тот или иной нужный нам продукт, и людей, продавцов, обслуживающих персонала в магазинах становится все меньше. Также могу назвать фасовщиков, потому что все больше производства сейчас автоматизируется. Возможно, охранники, потому что системы безопасности улучшаются. Ну, курьеры пока в отдаленном будущем, да, могут быть заменены там дронами, роботами-доставщиками, но пока, опять же, в нашей ближайшей перспективе курьеры – это одна из самых востребованных профессий на рынке на текущий момент.
В связи с этим вопросом, смотрите, совершенно вот совсем недавно россияне меня пригласили, мы участвовали в конференции «Электронное правительство». И я была очень обрадована, начала смотреть данные, и в мировой базе данных глобальной конкурентоспособности Казахстан стоит на 36-м месте из 129 стран. У нас успешно внедряется программа «Цифровой Казахстан», вы знаете, где-то 4%, по-моему, после услуг переведено в формат ЕГОВ, да?
Да.
ЕГОВ.
Да.
В связи с этим не будет ли, значит, вот, раз госуслуги сужают, то есть предоставляются в электронном формате, и надобности нет, многие услуги, многие фирмы, которые этим занимаются, они отказались. Вы даже видите, наверное, цоны в свое время открыли, да? Очень много было цонов, много людей туда ходили. Что же цоны опять это, ну, объединились, открывают, нет необходимости столько цонов открывать и людей держать. Вот это, как вообще в этом плане вы думаете?
Ну, это скорее вопрос к государственным органам, да, уже что будет заменено. Здесь я не смогу прокомментировать эту ситуацию. То есть открытие или закрытие цонов – это вопрос немножечко не ко мне.
Формат госуслуг переводится вот, в электронный формат, и значит, какие-то профессии, кто люди сидели же, оказывали госуслуги или работу делали, они же высвобождаются.
Ну, все освободившие, опять же, в период перемен главное уметь учиться и переучиваться. Да, профессию, специальность можно сменить несколько раз за свою жизнь. Если какие-то специальности уже не так востребованы на рынке, я думаю, что, опять же, задача государства помочь этим людям переучиться и найти себе новую работу уже в новых реалиях, где они будут востребованы.
У нас тут уже время поджимает, и у меня последний вопрос. Все-таки вот для, ну, во всем мире дискутируют четырехлетка, а все-таки для нашего Казахстана это разрешение, ну, это эффективная это будет мера, как это будет?
Ну, чуть больше 50 лет назад в СССР была утверждена привычная нам система 5-дневная рабочая неделя. До этого было общепринято работать 6 дней в неделю. И сейчас у нас вполне успешно существует на рынке компании с разными графиками. Это привычный нам 5-2, это 6-1, это 2-2, 7-7. И совершенно с вами согласна, в наше время все чаще встает вопрос о переходе на 4-дневную неделю. Периодически запускаются испытания 4-дневной рабочей недели в разных странах. Пока не могу сказать, что в Казахстане знаю какие-то компании, которые перешли на 4-дневную рабочую неделю. Мне самой было бы интересно познакомиться с такими компаниями. Думаю, что все опять же меняется, растет уровень автоматизации, роботизации рабочих процессов. И вполне допускаю, что в будущем 4-дневная рабочая неделя будет такой же привычной, как для нас сейчас 5-дневная, но это опять же может быть чуть более отдаленное будущее, то есть там не самое близкое.
Спасибо. Мне кажется, вот этот вопрос связан с производительностью труда.
Я совершенно с вами согласна.
Труда низкая, мы не создаем за 1 час столько, чтобы это 4 дня работать.
Вполне возможно. Ну, время покажет, да.
Спасибо, Оксана. Столько вопросов мы успели обсудить. Спасибо.
Благодарю.
Кто с нами был на онлайн-режиме. Успехов всем, здоровья, успешной работы. Больше таких креативных спикеров, чтобы у нас было. До свидания.
Всего доброго.
Hello. How you doing, Mark? Yes, very well. And then got a girls Kasabek, yeah? Got a girls Kasabek also with us.
Oh, but a girls Kasabek can participate. I'll be instead of
How I can call you?
My name is Sultan. I'm head of digital sector department. So I'll be present on Russian language.
Oh, if you don't mind. What I will do, translate, or you will speak only in Russian?
I will speak Russian.
On in English. Check out, then we will be together. Yeah, bye.
Kazakhstan is a country located in the heart of Eurasia, appeared on the geopolitical map only in 1991. It is bounded on the northwest and north by Russia, on the east by China, and on the south by Kyrgyzstan, Uzbekistan, the Aral Sea and Turkmenistan. The Caspian Sea bounds Kazakhstan to the southwest. Kazakhstan is the largest country in Central Asia and the ninth largest in the world. For centuries, the Great Kazakh Steppe accepted caravans of the Silk Road in oases of its cities and settlements. It was historically closely tied to the Silk Road trade routes, acting as a crossroads for the movement of people, goods and ideas between Europe and Asia. The capital of Kazakhstan and its largest business center is Nur-Sultan. The third megapolis of the country, Shymkent, is as a city in the south of Kazakhstan with an 800 years history, founded in the 12th century. Nowadays, Shymkent is a city of national significance, one of the largest industrial, commercial and cultural centers of the country, the third largest by population of more than 1 million people. One of the large multidisciplinary education institutions of Kazakhstan with a deep history is located here. It is Awezov University. That is, here students and undergraduates acquire practical working skills. In other words, this is a mini copy of a large production and dairy plant. Within the framework of the program of scholarship, academic mobility and double degree education, the university cooperates with more than 170 foreign universities. 150 students a year study for the academic mobility at leading universities in the world. The digitalization process has affected all spheres of society, including education. At Awezov University, innovations are intensively introduced into the education system, and 3D, VR, STEM technologies are widely used. The IT Center provides consulting to teachers of schools in Shymkent on robotics, provides material resources to students in the laboratory of robotics and mechatronics at the laboratory of mathematical and 3D modeling, and provides material resources of the IT Center to students and teachers of the Awezov University. In Student Design Bureau, students and teachers prepare scientific projects for participation in regional, national and international competitions. Students of clubs and Student Design Bureau develop robotic systems for participation in competitions and competitions in robotics. The material and technical base of the university consists of 10 educational buildings of a modern standard, 6 student dormitories and 2 sports complexes. For the comprehensive development of students, more than 30 public, political and cultural and 30 public, political and cultural
Настало время вернуться в нашу студию в городе Нур-Султан. Одним из урбанических новшеств станут метагорода, располагающиеся не в физическом, а в виртуальном мире. О первых метагородах и особенностях их создания расскажут президент и генеральный директор компании Digit Group Пол Доерти и руководитель управления цифровизации и госуслуг города Нур-Султан Ботагоз Касабек. Слово передается модератору, вице-президенту Phenom Ecosystem, компании, создавшей виртуальную метаплощадку нашего Нобелевского
А уже
фестиваля.
техническую часть, вопрос, который будут задавать, мне кажется, вы сможете помочь с ответами.
Да, это будет полезно для вас с моей стороны.
Да, спасибо огромное.
As I see already, I see myself already in life. I am already starting.
So, okay.
Hello to everyone. Hello to everyone. My name is Marco Robertas, and I am the one who today will share with you what I have. And I know that in the previous days, you received so powerful, so valuable information for everyone. And today we will speak with sharp brains. And today we will have a discussion. And today we will give you, because giving is the only one thing that we can being in this world. And I will not speak about the title, because title will not give you something. But everything what you already received in the previous days, from the all sharp minds, from all the points of the world, they gave you the knowledge. They gave you the wisdom. They gave you something what you can accept, receive, and to become a bit better than as yesterday. So my part is, first part is over, and I would like to present that our Phenom Metaverse is the platform that allows to such a beautiful team like a Nobel Fest to come inside and to connect our missions together. And from the two missions will become much powerful mission to give to the people. So I would suggest now to show the video, and the video will tell much more that my words can give to you. So this video about Phenom Metaverse.
Once upon a time, in the northern hemisphere of the third planet from the sun, a new the Phenom Metaverse was born. Unlike most metaverses, which were just 3D online games, the Phenom Metaverse was created with the goal of expanding work and leisure opportunities for its countless inhabitants. All of them, using personal digital avatars, could communicate, develop their own businesses, and earn money from NFTs, staking, events, and more. Their home in the boundless Phenom Metaverse was the first digital space station, Phenom Station 1, which served as a testing ground for launching innovative technologies, testing new mechanics, and getting to know the possibilities of the metaverse. The new inhabitants of Phenom Station 1 began their acquaintance with the station, finding themselves in the first of 4 global spaces called the Forum. Being at Phenom's disposal, it became available to all users of the metaverse. Once here, the user and his avatar get presented with the view of the giant hall of the station, a place of fateful meetings, large-scale get-togethers, and celebrations of common victories. Also, on the foreign territory, there are beautiful halls for events and talks by famous speakers, rooms for business meetings, as well as auditoriums for teaching the fundamentals of the economic structure. But one of the main attractions of the forum space has become a unique NFT gallery. This is a multimedia room for showcasing, buying and selling digital art, which is the main crypto trend of our time. Unlike marketplaces where NFTs have been gathering dust for years on forgotten web pages, here art objects appear before viewers and buyers in full glory, like masterpieces in the best museums of the world. But NFTs in the Phenom Metaverse are not just pretty pictures that can be profitably stored or sold. There are valuable digital assets with which each user can purchase functional territories on Phenom Station 1 and other exclusive objects of the Metaverse. But let's take it one step at a time.
So this was a short introduction. What is Phenom Metaverse? And you could see our platform. And the most important and the most beautiful on this platform, that we can also make our mission happen. Like, for example, the team of Nobel Fest, they have also the big mission to help human beings to receive the knowledge, experience, to receive the wisdom from the old sharp brains from the world. And today we have here two more sharp brains, is the Paul Doherty and Bek Sultan Kuandik. And I would like to start from the Paul, because he smiled. And I would like to ask you, Mr. Paul, how do you see in the future of the meta cities?
Meta cities. Well, thank you very much, Mark, and good evening, everyone. We have been involved as real estate developers, and myself as an architect and urban planner, with creating digital assets in order to build the built environment, roads, bridges, buildings. And what's very interesting now is that with the technology, we're now able to move from the physical into the digital seamlessly into a new way of communicating, a brand new medium, meaning that the construction documents that we have to give to a builder in order to build the buildings that we live in, we can now also reuse those now as a digital asset over a period of time, which means that when we build our buildings, if you don't mind, what I can do is actually show you. I'll just put some images up on the screen, if that's okay.
It would be glad to see.
So we have a number of different projects that I can actually show, like our TV and film studio city in Korea that is going to be built this year. We have to build this now as a model in order for people to build it. But what we do is now we can actually use that same model to use it as a stage set for like what Disney did for The Mandalorian. In other words, instead of having green screen technology, we can actually now bring people into a virtual world. And those virtual worlds now can be used for entertainment. They can be used for social. As you showed in your video, they can be used for blockchain type of events, like being able to sell NFTs in a gallery. But what we're finding is that we're able now to also take technologies and expand the metaverse into the physical environment. When we say metaverse, it really means outer space, meaning that there is no there. It's just an environment. But the virtual worlds, just like galaxies and solar systems and planets, we can now start to expose that into a brand new way of experience or levels of engagement. So in this case, in Netflix's hit TV series, Stranger Things, this next season, we actually are going to be able to have the virtual world of monsters during certain parts of that episode move from your big screen TV on the wall actually into the room that you're watching. So this is what we mean about this physical and digital way of how things are coming together that we didn't have the availability before. This is another example in China of our Qingdao virtual reality theme park. We are also expanding with this collision of the physical and the digital, so that it's not just the metaverse and it's not just the universe. It's this brand new idea of an omniverse. These are pictures from last week of our projects coming up out of the ground. But what we're going for is actually now bringing things like games, like Epic Games Fortnite, Tencent League of Legends into reality. In other words, we're going to be building a Fortnite island, just like the kids play up on the screen, but in real life. Now you can start to augment things. You can start to have better experiences that allow people to explore areas and worlds that have never been created before, but they have a familiarity. And I think, Mark, that's the big piece of this, where we have the physical reality of actually building real buildings and environments, but now we can superimpose that with other experiences that don't have limitations like, well, physics, gravity. And those levels of engagement really start to become a way of engaging people into this world of what we call digital twins. So the world of digital twins says, we have the existing building, we can save that as a digital asset, we can take that digital asset, put it into a gaming environment, which creates a virtual world that resides in the metaverse. So that's our hierarchy or our system of systems approach, where we collide the physical and the digital in ways that we've never seen before. And I love the fact that in your video, you were showing about this idea of avatars, because that's going to be our new user interface. User interfaces used to be a screen and a web browser, but we're able now to take people's very personalized way of how they smile, how they act angry, how they act happy. And we're able to capture that now in an AI humanoid, like what Epic Games is doing with their metahumans. This way is now a way of you expressing yourself inside of a metaverse environment. So when we talk about meta cities, imagine now millions of avatars that can interface in a social way, in a business way, in a learning way, and in a way that we have never experienced before, that allow us to have the interactions of transactions, like what you were mentioning about NFTs and galleries, or even being able now to put that into a citywide way of having an interface, so that when we are looking at how these next stages are going to happen, it's going to be based upon the human-centric way of the human need of wanting to commune, of wanting to live, work, play, and learn together, but not with the limitations of the physical environment, but with the promise of having a digital experience that moves beyond the physical limitations of planet Earth.
Paul, all the time when I was watching what you are showing, my goosebump in my whole body. When you said meta-humans and meta-humans avatars, tell to everyone, Mr. Paul, how the meta-humans avatars, which the human beings creating, later will influence backside human beings.
Yeah, this is where ethics and morals get into play, because you can actually create yourself as anything you want inside of the digital world. So this is where human nature comes into play, and we need to put some parameters around how you interface with people. If you take a look at how the kids play games, they don't want to be themselves. They want to escape. They want to be something else. There was a famous movie called Ready Player One that actually highlighted this idea of being something else. But I think as we start to move into, our generation and then the generations that are moving forward inside of this digital universe, this omniverse, I think there are going to be a metamorphosis of how we use those metahumans for good, for how we can start to do away with bias, with inherited conversations, because you may be, a female in the digital metaverse, but you could be an old white guy like me, being the real person. So, but how people interface is going to be very interesting to watch and to experiment with, because now we can start to talk about ideas without having the limitations of what we think that person is, because it's no longer about the person. It's no longer about their religion or their society or where they're from. It's about the ideas. And I think that is the great promise of what the meta cities, what the metaverse, and what these virtual worlds can bring to humanity.
So it means that, for example, when somebody is white, and for example, is a lady, can become black or can become, for example, a man. Like, for example, my friend, see, it became black. But this is the avatar. Normally in the life is a white lady from somewhere Scandinavia, and he can become a black one from Canada. I am right?
This is true, but also don't limit yourself to just being a human. You can be an animal, you can be anything you want, right? Because again, it's about the expression of sharing ideas and sharing experiences, having fun, playing. This now is no longer about coming with that bias. It does away with that. And I think that's the great promise, and also the great challenge we have about, as people start getting used to being part of a virtual world that is quote unquote their home. They feel comfortable there. They feel safe there. There's also the opposite effect of people that want to cause chaos, human nature, right? So we're going to have to, again, right now it's self-policing, you know, like when my 12-year-old son plays Fortnite, right? If there's bad actors on the teams, the community comes together and kicks that bad actor out. We need more of that. Instead of having the bullies or the people on, you know, that think crazy coming in and ruining this new medium. So I think that, you know, as we move forward, we have to be aware of what ethics and morals mean, so that we can have shared identities, shared ideas, without saying someone's white, black, or even a human or an animal.
Yeah, thank you very much for the answer. We just, you know, mentioned it about your son. How will the future world, meta world, the meta humans influence the young generation? How they will born in this new meta world? How they will have their life?
I was very afraid that with the advent of, you know, computer games and these immersive ways of interfacing, until just about a year ago, when we went into buying, you know, the Oculus goggles, the Quest 2, and watching how he started to interface not just on a screen inside of a game like Fortnite or Minecraft or Roblox, but into these interactive worlds where he could actually feel haptic controls, right? And being able to interface with other avatars in 3D with full sound and microphone. And I thought that he would be more inclined to be alone and not playing with his friends, but I'm quite surprised about how this younger generation is using the technology. They now still play together out in the street, in the neighborhood, physically. They ride bicycles together. But now I can take a look down the street and not know where he is, but I see that there's a whole bunch of bicycles in one driveway. And guess what they're doing? They're playing in the metaverse, right? They're still keeping that continuity going, because then when they go home for dinner, they can play again after dinner and still be part of that game. It's a different way of how we interface with this idea of play and real world and virtual world. To them, it's one world. And I think that that's something that we have to learn as we are developing these tools for the kids, and listen to them and learn from them, because the world that we're leaving behind is not for us, it's for them.
Thank you very much. Will not it happen like this, that everyone now in the world not feeling safe, not feeling comfortable, and they will start feel safe and comfortable in meta world? What will happen? Will everybody go in meta world, live there, and sometimes come back to the earth?
Yeah, well, that is a utopian way of thinking of things. And yeah, I think that everyone needs their own private space to feel safe, especially with the state of the world today. And the geopolitics aside, just the tension that people feel, you know, with the COVID pandemic, with geopolitical things, and just the news. People want to turn off sometimes and go read a book, right? And just tune it out, because it stresses people. And we have enough stress just in normal life. So there will be a tendency to overdo certain things, and there will be certain personalities that will live mostly in the metaverse, but we have to be very cognizant that those types of people we need to interface with in the real world, to say that it's okay. You know, and we actually put time limits on screen time. You know, there's only a certain amount of hours per day that you're allowed to be in the metaverse or on the screen. And that's a parental control, and that's our personal preference. And I think that all of us should share information like at this conference to understand where everyone is at, just so that not to follow others, but just to learn from each other, because this is a brand new world that we are just starting to explore.
Thank you very much. How do you see Mr. Paul Duarte? Maybe we will invite also one more speaker Bek Sultan to join our session, because I can speak with you and listen you. Whatever you say, it sounds like a music to me. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mark.
Mr. Bek Sultan, let us join in our session to speak about your part, what you are giving to the human beings from your professional side.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mark. If you don't mind, I will continue in Russian.
Yeah, I will be glad.
Окей. Сегодня мы будем говорить о виртуальной реальности в цифровом двойнике столицы. На основе цифрового двойника в столице создается постоянно действующее виртуальное пространство, в котором люди могут взаимодействовать друг с другом и с цифровыми объектами через аватары, унифицированные, и с помощью технологий виртуальной реальности. Также можно использовать как традиционные персональные компьютеры и гарнитуры виртуальной и дополненной реальности. Виртуальное пространство можно успешно применять не только в сфере развлечений, но и в маркетинге, продажах, обучении, так как сегодня время дистанционного обучения возрастает, а интерес к обучению повышается, то уже люди могут в виртуальной реальности получать полноценное обучение. Можно использовать в промышленности и строительстве, то есть виртуальное пространство позволяет эффективно обучить сотрудников не только правилам поведения на рабочем месте, но и прокачать какие-то навыки со сложным оборудованием. Также в мероприятиях и выставках, восстановительных и экологических турах. Давайте вот сегодня мы продемонстрируем вам прототип виртуального пространства города Нур-Султан. Благодаря вот цифровой картографической основе мы можем работать с цифровым двойником города в режиме реального времени, также с помощью виртуального пространства совместно с другими пользователями. То, что сегодня мы сейчас покажем вам.
Now Mr. Bek Sultan, Mr. Paul will show something to us and to everyone.
Давайте поприветствуем наших пользователей. Вы видите, да, картинку?
Да, я вижу очень внимательно и ярко видно.
Сейчас мы находимся на территории Назарбаевского университета в городе Нур-Султан. Сейчас мы посмотрим вид сверху, пока загружается картинка. Вот в этой местности мы сейчас находимся, откуда мы ведем презентацию. Это карта города. Сейчас мы покажем. Можно, вот как я говорил, делать ознакомительные туры с помощью нашего виртуального пространства. То есть все, что вы здесь видите, все эти здания оцифрованы в реальном времени и соответствуют действительности.
И господин Бек Султан, вы находитесь сейчас в виртуальном мире?
В виртуальном, да, мире. Сейчас я вам покажу функцию. Давайте сейчас вернемся. Давайте посетим сейчас университет изнутри, Астана IT-университет. Вот Астана IT-университет находится в районе Экспо.
Да.
Сейчас я поближе. Видите, да, картинку?
Да, да, очень ярко.
Сейчас мы зайдем внутрь. Вот, получается, в режиме реального времени можно будет подключиться к камерам университета, либо руководства, может наблюдать за процессом обучения, либо чем занимаются студенты, смотреть за безопасностью. Как вы видите, это все происходит в виртуальном пространстве.
То есть вы находитесь в виртуальном пространстве,
да,
но студенты
в
университете, они находятся в реальном пространстве.
В реальном времени физически находятся в своем университете. Вот. Это одна из фишек.
Виртуального на них смотрят, они об этом не знают и даже не чувствуют, да?
Да, то есть это пока что в пилотном режиме проходит. Давайте сейчас вернемся назад. То есть можно даже будет вот погулять по экспо в режиме реального времени, если вы видите. Погулять по площади.
Now the Mr. Sultan is showing that we are from virtual world looking in real world, and students are doing their work, but we are monitoring them.
Сейчас вернемся назад. Можем посмотреть центр транспорта. City Transportation Systems – это место, откуда управляют дорожным движением, общественным транспортом, светофорами, какой-то частью камерами, то есть следят полностью за общественным движением и транспортом в городе, в столице. То есть аналогично здесь тоже можно будет просматривать, это удобно для руководства города. Здесь вот ситуационный центр, смотреть, что происходит в городе, не выходя из дома. Либо если человек ушел на удаленку, он может отсоединиться и уже наблюдать за этими камерами в режиме реального времени через виртуальное пространство.
Да.
Ну, то есть, видите, весь поток, все, что здесь происходит.
Да, видно. То есть в этих мониторах можно наблюдать за жизнью в городе.
В жизни в городе, да, и чем занимаются сотрудники, наркотики, они. Давайте сейчас покажем последнюю часть.
Александр, что-то скажи, я посмотрю, услышу я тебя.
Не будем перебивать пока, пусть он закончит.
Хорошо. Я просто услышу тебя, что слышно.
Сейчас мы перейдем в центр Айхала, центр городских услуг, где оказывают госуслуги в сфере ЖКХ, то есть газ, свет, вода. Тех условий можно будет получить в нашем центре. Это наш центр, где оказывают цифровые услуги. Давайте мы сделаем тур по нему. Сейчас здесь нет людей, время рабочее время закончилось, все ушли домой. Конечно же, я шучу. Это просто сейчас пилот. Мы тестируем. В этом месте вот сидят операторы, оказывают госуслуги. Все услуги можно получить онлайн через портал ayhtala.kz. Вот, можно пройтись будет. Ну, то есть удобство виртуального пространства в том, что люди с ограниченными возможностями смогут получать госуслуги онлайн, не выходя из дома. Также это хорошо для создания новых рабочих мест в плане того, что те же люди с ограниченными возможностями, они могут удаленно из дома работать и в виртуальном пространстве оказывать госуслуги. Давайте вот сейчас пример приведем, как это будет работать на практике. Вот здесь пришел человек, еще один пользователь, это ресепшонист, поприветствуем его.
Да,
получается, если вот вы подали заявку на получение тех условий для земельного участка, можно будет получить. Нужно идентифицировать себя. Получается, вот загорелась мне кнопочка, значит, я подал документы. Если мои документы готовы, можно будет это все проверить. И вот, получается, документ будет в цифровом формате. То есть они, во-первых, отправят вам на почту, и их можно будет увидеть в виртуальном пространстве, готов ли документ, все оповещения будут. То есть это очень удобно. Спасибо вам. Вот. На этом завершается.
Спасибо вам. Я воспользуюсь случаем, что вместе с нами находится советник феном Metaverse Александр Ювко. может дать лично на том языке, на котором вы показали нам экскурсию, вашу свою спонтанную обратную связь. Александр.
Добрый день. Прежде всего, я испытываю радость от того, что вижу. Мы видим совершенно новое явление, которое приходит к нам в мир. Это явление пока что только лишь нарождающееся, может, в каких-то областях еще несовершенное, однако прошу вас обратить внимание не на это, потому что это пройдет свой путь эволюции и станет на свои места. Я хотел бы обратить ваше внимание на тех людей, которые представляют нам этот проект. Вот начнем с Пауля, который показывал нам определенные новые вещи, абсолютно новые. И когда я смотрю на него, я вижу, какой человек представляет этот проект. И когда я вижу, какой человек представляет этот проект, то я одновременно вижу, какое будущее за этим проектом. И пока меня не смущает, еще раз говорю, некоторые шероховатости, некоторые такие технические моменты, потому что это все придет на место, и придет на место тем скорее, чем больше люди, одержимые этой идеей, будут заниматься этим. Я сейчас вижу двух людей, одержимых тем, чем они занимаются. И я говорю, это здорово, когда на этапе зарождения нового, у истоков этого нового стоят увлеченные, одержимые люди. Это значит, что результат, который они достигнут через какое-то время, будет невероятно высок и полезен для нас всех. Вот что я вижу и что радует мой глаз.
Спасибо, Александр. И сейчас для всех я хочу поделиться, что поделюсь сейчас на английском языке. Thank you very much, Alexander. Thank you very much, Bek Sultan and Paul. Thank you for your smile. Thank you for your knowledge. I want to say that everything what we are doing, I am now currently in Dubai. Dubai is the capital of the digital world, is the venue for the metaverse. And I know that our collaboration with Nobel Fest and Phenom Metaverse will bring the world to the next level. And we will build the first in the world scientific, digital, educational space station. The Nobel Fest team and the team of Phenom Metaverse will release or make true their missions. And the missions are to give the best knowledge, the best wisdom, the most advanced experience that our sharp brains already shared with you. We will give this knowledge to everyone in order to educate the human beings. And this is something what is very important for us. We will create the first, the most advanced scientific, educational space station. And the next event, the 5th Nobel Fest, will take place in Dubai in October this year. And we are waiting all of you. We are waiting all the speakers from all the world. I know how much you are giving to everyone. I am congratulating everyone participate. I am thankful for all speakers for your mission, for our mission that unites to give something what we can give to everyone. And I guess the short video can show our collaboration, our partnership, how we see this in the future. It can come a video now of our partnership. If will not come, it's same for me, Paul Dorte. Thank you very much. You are amazing. Thank you, Alexander. There is no words how I can to describe. Здесь нет слов, как я могу оценить твое вложение, как это сотрудничество с Nobel Fest и с Phenom Metaverse. И я хочу поблагодарить Бек Султана, который показал нам из виртуального мира реальный мир в том городе, который сейчас развивается как один из самых развивающихся городов в мире. Итак, от меня все. Я жду вас всех в Дубае в октябре этого года. I am waiting. From my side is over. I am waiting every one of you, speakers, participants, everyone who want to learn, and everyone who want to give, everyone who want to be the part of this big mission to come in Dubai. And the 5th of Nobel Fest, where the Nobel Fest team will organize the big event. Thank you very much for everyone.
Закончился третий день Nobel Fest. Впереди еще множество интереснейших лекций, интеллектуальных дискуссий с ведущими специалистами на темы современного образования, NFT и внепланетной жизни. Хотите узнать больше? Тогда увидимся завтра в эфире в 14:00 по времени города Нур-Султан. До скорого.